They also talk like the young people. So this is not a boardroom conversation, but a celebration of a We Love Uganda milestone. What started as a dream of less than 30 people is transitioning into over 2,600 people. So you are part of history, and I'm glad that you have come here to witness this history. In the next 10 years, perhaps your children will be reading you in the archives of We Love Uganda for having witnessed this event. So by the fact you are here, you are a very important person. And of course, thank you to our members who have consistently paid the 10,000. It's because of your efforts that we are here celebrating. And you know, everything leads to God. First of all, We Love Uganda, we are not a religious institution. We absorb every Ugandan because we are targeting 1 million Ugandans. However, I wanted to bring a reference of a script. There's a parable. When Jesus gave a parable, I'm paraphrasing. So there was a man who had a field. So he called laborers to come to. He sent laborers at 9 a.m. They went. Then others came at 11, and others came at 4 p.m. So when it was time to give the wages, he gave all of them an equal amount. So these ones who started at 7 felt was very unfair, and they were complaining. So I would repeat, like, some of the people who are joining now, we feel it's unfair because you are coming when we are seeing things here. For us, by the time we are starting, we are not seeing anything. We only had the vision in mind. But nevertheless, this is We Love Uganda.
You see, when you're going to a destination, how we arrive there, no one cares about the process. All of us want to see the results. Now you have been digging. No one even cares that you're digging. The question is, are there results? Are things growing in your garden or not? Because if they are not, it doesn't matter if you spent 10 years digging. If there is nothing to show for that, you have done nothing in people's eyes. So no one cares about the process. Everyone cares about results. And everyone celebrates success. Are we together? If you're not successful, I can tell you the truth that you get very few calls on your phone. But the day they announce you, or the day that you manifest, that calls you, your phone will go off the hook. Why? Because everyone wants to associate with good things. So I am telling you the truth. It's not a prophecy that in the next 5 years we will not meet here. Because everyone will have seen what we are seeing in the room. Right now I struggle to explain to my friends, please, you pay 10,000. After paying you 10,000, every month you must be committed. These are the benefits. I am struggling to explain to my personal friends. Because I keep wondering, how are they not seeing what I'm seeing? Have you asked yourself that question? How are the people around you not seeing what you are seeing? Do you have different eyes? Do you have a different mindset? Because when I look at the future of what we are building, everyone will desire to be a part of it. So you need to thank God that you're already part of the pool. Because those who come late, there are some disadvantages they will have, by the way. We will all arrive at the same destination, but there are some things they will not have seen. This is what happens. The process builds resilience. There are some characters or some character traits you will not get by just showing up. Process builds resilience. It builds your patience. It builds some level of confidence in the system. Because now we know what we are dealing with. So I want to say, don't lose hope. We are just beginning to test the good things as of today. If the song is not ready, let's just move with the program.
Okay, maybe what you're there, you mentioned something that if you're not successful, you have limited calls. You even fail to get notifications. But there is a We Love Uganda way of doing it. We are 2,600 members as of today. So when you plug into the network, you are plugged into the connections. Because with Love Uganda, we have people from various sectors of this economy. So one of the ways of making your phone busy is to plug into the We Love Uganda network.
That's very true. And since we have already prayed, and we need to start on time, I'm going to invite Mrs. Manzi Nila to come and give us her opening remarks so that we can set the tone for the event. Thank you very much.
Good morning. We say today is vibe time. Glory to God. Ebenezer. How far God has brought us. Guys, I can't see the chairs filled, but we are going to fill this hall in no time. I want to thank God for how far He has brought us. I don't have to mention my names, they have already told you. And our vision bearer usually calls me Mama Nila, Mama Manzi. You get it? You all know why we are here. Not so. We are here to celebrate milestone of We Love Uganda. You all know you voted, so we are waiting to see the reality. The vision bearer always talked about where we started and what. But there is a verse which usually, and we said we are different communions, but in the Quran, they have verses. But it moves me, and then I can even see the future. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. So the verse is Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you future, plans to give you hope and future. Did God give us future? Don't we have hope in We Love Uganda? So you can imagine where we started and where we are now. It's by the grace of God. For us, we do as human beings, but God prospers us. I have two other things. You know, the world is magnetic. Do you know that? That's why you're near to the gravity and then you can bounce and go. So if you are a human being who is created in the image of God and you don't think big, you remain there. So the world being magnetic, you think big, you are lifted. And that's why they usually say the limit is below the sky, but may I say the limit is above the sky. So we are here to make a difference in community. The difference, and starts with us. If we cannot make ourselves better, can you lift any other person? Is there any Rotarian here? Rotarians, oh yeah? Because our theme this year is United. Amen. So we are here also as We Love Uganda to unite ourselves and change our narrative. We change the world starting from Uganda. So like you all know why we are here. I congratulate the people who started this, especially our vision bearer and all the members of the board. I am representing the chair who is not here, and I am sure he's with us in spirit. I don't know whether you have online for this. So he must be there seeing what we are doing. So I don't have much to say because we all know why we are here, but let us have the vibe, let us move forward, and God being our helper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Manzi Nila. Thank you for the brief remarks that have ushered us into the event. I'm going to quickly kindly ask people around here, just see, what do you understand about the 10K project? Do you actually know about it, or you're moving with a bandwagon? We might be here thinking we're talking to the converted, yet we might not be, yeah? What is the 10K project?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Natkuma Didas, a proud platinum member. The 10K project, that's why we are here, because of numbers. It says that when we are many, we can move mountains. So the 10K project is a project whereby it can help us, because when I have my own 10, it may not add up. But if I add up for the number of people who are here, we can also do wonders. So the 10K project is a miracle worker.
Okay, he has summed it up. A miracle worker. One more person, a lady this time. What's the 10K project? I'm sorry I'm choosing on a random basis. I hope you don't mind.
Good morning. My name is Ovizio Meli Sharon. The 10K project is basically collecting money in order to do better for the community. So as he said, if you collect 10,000, you personally, it doesn't move much, but if say 2,600 people bring 10,000, it can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The power of numbers. So literally we have people in the room who are already converted. So that's a very good thing. One last question. What are the different levels of membership that we have? Because it's important to know if you know which level you're at. Yes, ladies again.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Caroline. I'm a cell leader, but also a platinum member. We have the ordinary level, we have the bronze level, we have gold. Before gold, we have silver, then gold, and then platinum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why am I saying this is that the level where you are determines the benefits you get out of this project. So if you're at a lower level, it's important that you upgrade a little bit because the difference or the projects or the benefits are also different. I want to go into that. That's a whole orientation process that is done by our leader, Jolie Twine. Okay, at this particular time, I would like to request that all the presenters get to be ready because we're about to get started.
Yeah, and we have 10 teams today. And just to give you a background, when the call was made to the public to design our first community-owned hospital in Uganda, over 294 applications were received. And so the different categories were, we created groups because we believe with Love Uganda is about community and groups. So networking, I told you networking is free within with Love Uganda. So over 20 groups went through, and today 10 people have sailed to the finals. So all the 10 participants today, you're already winners by the fact that you're here. So we're going to request the 10 groups. You're supposed to have a visual presentation. So kindly register with Madame Jocelyn, whoever is going to represent the group. And then we request the 10 teams, the representatives are supposed to be sitting in these chairs. Please get ready. Team Burundi, Concrete and Canvas, Design Syndicate. Now these ones, Coach Adair. Encapture. You'll forgive us. We went village schools, but we're within with the
I think
Uganda.
It would mean that also their presentation is that complicated and exciting. I want to believe so.
No. Eyitaaka. These ones have a vision. Eyitaaka. Oh, this is deep. Flame, Grace, Roma Engineering, Solomon's Temple, and Zo. So kindly register with Madame Jocelyn, the representative. You'll be doing a visual presentation to tell us what you have been doing. We're excited about the designs. We're excited about your creativity. This is your hospital.
So you're already shareholders. I don't need to talk much.
Let's give them a round of applause. As they take their seats, I would like to recognize the board advisory members here. Kindly stand up for recognition. If you're on the board, this is the team that is committed voluntarily. And another big round of applause. Come on. We do honor you, Mr. David Amitu, Mindemnila, all the leaders. Oh, where are the leaders? Where are you? Raise up your hand, wave to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, voluntary work is not easy. I'm a Rotarian, but voluntary work is not. You must be committed, and you must put in your own resources sometimes. And when we say resources, we don't talk about just money. Time is a resource which results into money. So to do voluntary work, we do appreciate you, and we do honor you for taking us forward. I know that when the fruits of this come to life, you'll be proud you did. You'll be proud you did. And of course, the one who sees in secret is going to reward you. As always, he always does. Yeah? Okay, are our presenters ready? And is our song ready? Guys, our song has come. Get on your feet as we're going to start the next session of our presenters. Now, this one, please play the song. I'm going to teach you a dance move. Yes. I'm a good dancer. I don't know. But let's see. Yeah? The song is called Big God. Kindly play it. Let everyone hear the song. Yeah? You know that? I see some Gen Zs who already know. Yeah? Who can come and dance with me? Come. Please come. I saw you. Come. It is a vibe day. A what? I'm going to show you. Keep looking this side as you have a good time. Let me see who's dancing. Okay, are you ready? Just a second. I see this side is a good vibe. At the back, are we having a good time? 1, 2, 3, go. I don't see you. 1, 2, 3, go. Have a very big. Let's go again. I have a very big. A very big. One last time. Let's go. All right, God bless you. All right, God bless you. Have a good seats. Thank you, DJ. It's very important to praise. It's very important to create energy in the room as well. Are we ready for our winners? Now, this is what's going to happen. These presenters are going to show us their creative imagination, their mind, and what they think for our hospital. Who has visited our hospital land? Anyone who has gone to Zimbabwe to see where this hospital is going to be? If you haven't, create time and do. You need to see where your money is going. Why do you invest in something you don't follow up to? You need to invest in something and then follow up and see what is happening to that investment. So these young ladies and gentlemen, very exceptional minds, they are going to show us their thought process on what they are thinking this hospital is going to look like. And you, the audience, please pay attention. By the time we get the winner at the end, you should be sure that this is the person you want to go with. or this one, oh, this one did not win. Just so you know, our winning team is going to take away $10,000. Please clap for this. That's 37 million Uganda shillings. I wonder what it can do for me right now. What can it do for you right now? In this economy. That's a nice one. What would you do with 37 million right now, cash?
Invest it with Love Uganda.
Perfect answer. What would you do with 37 million right now?
Of course, I will invest it with Love Uganda and other things.
And other things. It can do so much for you, right? Our second winner, $3,000. That's about 11.1 million. You don't clap. If they give it to you right now, if they give me that money right now, there are things I can solve. And the third winner, $2,000. That's about 7.5 million. It's not simple money, but all this is made possible because you are the members paying these 10,000 shillings. And we do appreciate you for that, and we do honor you because of your commitment. We are able to empower young people. Because on these teams, there were students trying to venture and put their designs together and bring it to life. So we are also empowering young people to see their potential. So we are going to get started, and I want to request Team Burundi to get ready and show us what you got. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good morning. Thank you with Love Uganda for giving us this opportunity to be part of this. Okay, Team Burundi, I'm Asimarona Dulfred. I'm a structural engineer, and my members were Erin. She's a student of biomedical engineering.
Just a second, let me just drop you a bit. Just so you know, you're not presenting to only this audience, we are also live streaming. So use this as an opportunity for growth, not just here, but to the world. So ladies and gentlemen, share the link. It's going to be shared on the group. Share the link to everyone out there to live stream this event, but also an opportunity for our presenters to be presented to the world. Please proceed.
Thank you for that. I'll request the members that are around, you can stand up. One of them is Joseph Malaba. He's a student of civil engineering. Okay. Yeah, he's a student of civil engineering at UCU. So we had 2 students, and all of us were engineers. So we're wondering, even will we go through even the first stage? So we're looking at architects and saying, okay, God, help us. And he did help us. So this is what we came up with. So as the chairperson was saying, you designed something that is talking about with Love Uganda. So we looked at their logo and said, let us come up with a heart shape. So we had a biomedical engineer on the team. So we did some zoning and went into the digging how the hospital can be. So we looked at the blue, which would be the main, at this point, the main block, and it is for the diagnostics, everything where they come in and check up. And this was the special clinics, the emergency, and the emergency gave it an access, the ambulance access, the outdoor green, where the people can wait in the green area. And these were the critical areas where you have the ICU and most of the ICU and the theaters. Then these were the nurse care zones, and this would be the school. Yeah, the other thing we thought about was to do maybe what we'd call the site plan zoning. If let's say there was staff housing, which would be here, the waste management, the church, how to interact with the community, maybe a church that has the people attending that are in the hospital and also that are part of the community. This freshwater pond that would be also a place for relaxing. Okay, let me explain from here. Our thought was, since the place is vulnerable to flooding, was to raise this area that has the structures by 3-4 meters, and that soil would come from this point. That's what we thought about. Yeah. So more visualization about what we designed. So this is the special clinics, which would be located next to the entrance, that when you come in, those who are coming in for dental, who are just visiting for a day, like let's say dental, those dialysis, and the eye clinic and physiotherapy. So this is our the main structure, where there is the diagnostics, the reception, the discharge, and this is what we envisioned as the women's hospital, and this was the emergency. So this is the waiting area, whereby we thought about, in the waiting area, to have something that talks about Uganda. So we thought about a theme, maybe if it's a water fountain or something, but designed as a map of Uganda, maybe talking about what we have as Uganda. So that's one of the hospital rooms. Yeah. So one of the things that we thought about that can be included in this hospital is that since we had COVID, there was change in how hospital architecture should be to separate the infected and non-infected. So it's one of the things that maybe we can focus on, that if you have infected people, where the going and non-infected people, and those that are reaching in the emergency area. On the emergency block, we also thought that's where we should put the blood bank. So one of the other things was the theaters. I may not go into detail about it, but the theater with radiology, where you do I will not know the medical term. The doctors will help on that. So also the IC. So this is one of the special clinics what we're envisioning, and then in that there was also the bridges that connect the different structures. I don't know where I'm standing in time. This is part of the school. So the school we thought about, we can also have the stores where you have the servicing personnel, like maybe electrical engineers, the building, the site, those that are in charge of fire, those that are in charge of gas, those that are in charge of the different those that are in charge of the different maintaining the hospital. Yeah. And so what I was explaining, so this is the heart shape, and these are the different bridges that would connect the structure. So something to do with sustainability that we looked at is that the roofs can be used for solar. That's why they were in that blue shape. Yeah, there is something.
Okay, you have 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and another thing that we looked at in the design was that was more of the visual part, is that the rising part, the structures are rising from one end, and then like a visually, I hope you can see it. So, so we have the structures rising from the other side and then dropping again and then rising again. So this is one of maybe the what we envisioned as the executive wing, whereby you have people that are coming in that need that space of who know they are big.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Burundi. Structure engineer by profession. When I grew up, I want to be like you, sir. I wish I had known this how many years ago? It's never too late. Yeah, thank you, Burundi, for your presentation. I don't know. I would like to say if anyone has a comment within 30 seconds about his presentation. Is any? Okay.
Thank you very much. I just want to applaud the work they did. Since there was no architecture on the team, I think for engineers to do that, brilliant. Just like our VP says.
Anyone else? Any comment? I think you guys, you are very happy. Maybe one thing I need to emphasize is that the order of presentation is not the order of winners. Please take note of that. And also, presentation is strictly 5 minutes. It's good he did the visual. I think I liked it. I'm not the judge, but I liked it. He even has an executive wing. There are fish ponds for your proteins. There is a church for spiritual nutrition. Everything is holistic here. Eh? So thank you, Team Burundi. Next is concrete and canvas. Please come for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Arthur Gonza Kisra, a student at Uganda Matters University, and I'm representing Team Concrete and Canvas. So my colleagues, unfortunately, are not around. They are all students. There is Mark, Ashraf, and Matthew. So that hasn't been an easy thing for us since we are students. Obviously, we have other things to handle at school, and also this is coming in. So basically, our concept was mainly following sustainability. We are inspired by the nature and driven by sustainability. So all in all, we are calling it the Zero Eco Hospital. Then let me skip this. Okay, site analysis. We understand Uganda is under the tropics, so basically you have to look at the receiving of the sun throughout the whole year. So you have to put that in mind when you're designing access roads, prevailing winds, and noise. Since there's a hospital, you have to look at the noise, drainage at our site, since it has seasonal streams and what. So going on to our concept, we understand our vision bearer had a DNA of giving back to the community. This is something that defines him and that defines the organization at large. So we looked into the DNA strands, since that's what's defining us now, and it informed our form at the end of the day. So looking at the design features we looked at, obviously, as I talked about, we're looking at sustainability mostly, because this is something we have to put in mind for future generations. We looked at half bricks, cladding our building with half bricks. Why half bricks? First of all, half bricks are how can I say it? Okay, let me first go for durability. If you look at durability, they are quite durable as compared to paint. Paint after 10 years going to peel off. I'm having brick and my structure is well and good. Thermal comfort, bricks are, okay, I don't know if some of us understand these terms because they're a bit, so thermal comfort, so basically brick can, I'm trying to use simple words here. Can harness, okay, can harness the sunlight, yeah? Like during hot days, then it's keeping a cool effect into the building. And at night, when it is cold, it's going to release the warmth. So we're keeping the warmth in the building, and also low maintenance costs. So, for example, it's a durable material. So you're not going to have that kind of repainting, all that. So you have it there, it's a done deal. Then we looked at also passive cooling, because now we have to look at the aspect of, large buildings obviously will need ACs and whatever, but we have to ACs that's increased operational costs in the long run. So we have to look at way of dealing with that. I had a precedent of the Eastgate building in Harare, Zimbabwe. This building uses a passive way of ventilation. It's like the way termites do their ventilation system. You know how the termite hill is? There's nothing like ACs in there, but they are living. That's what we are trying to bring up here. So it's just a natural passive kind of system that's happening. Warm air is moving out using shafts and cool air is entering. So we don't need ACs that will increase operational costs. Then we went on to look at green roofs. We took a precedent of the Eyitaaka Hospital in Singapore. I guess you can see where we're having a lot of green happening. So all this green is basically, as we know, plants absorb the carbon dioxide, release oxygen. So basically, it's for that specific purpose. This is a hospital, we need that oxygen. So receiving it naturally and paying for it is a plus. Then we also have to look at land windows. Obviously, we need that light, the fresh air inside, the cross ventilation. Us having large windows, then we also have to need something to trap the solar radiation, because now you're having a large window, sunlight is going to enter directly. So how are you going to counter interrupt that heat? That's where we call them shading devices come in. I think you can see those bricks covering the windows. Those are the shading devices. Then, so going to the bird's view of our project, basically, we are keeping our seasonal streams and ponds in mind. So you have to keep them in mind. And also they are providing a healing environment to our patients. Having a closer look at the front view, these are what we call the shading devices, those vertical elements that you're seeing, so that to harness the sunlight, not to have direct heat onto our building. So looking from an aerial view, as I said earlier, we're having a DNA formed themed form. So as you can see there, how our structure is moving, it's in form of the DNA strands. We also had to put in mind, obviously, the parking and everything, parking next to the building, because we're having patients who are not going to move quite long distances to our building. This is a rear view. You can see from above our parking for the ambulances, our doctors parking there, and everything. So the ambulances are parking next to the emergency road, the emergency ward, and also our ambulances have to have their own route on site, not have that kind of commotion when we are bringing people for ICU. So it's basically it's free to only ambulances.
Sum up, please.
Oh yes. Okay. On the east side, obviously, we are looking at nature. and you have to put that in mind. That's why you have green inside. We're having perforated brick walls for the fresh air to come in. Remember, we are talking about using passive ventilation. So now this is a hospital ward. Large windows are happening. We're having our shading devices to mitigate the sunlight, and obviously the health-oriented compounds for our patients. Yeah, basically, yeah. That's it. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause. You will allow me to say one comment. I'm not a judge. I'm not judging. These are young students. When you were this young, what were you doing? Hey, you tell me, what were you doing? These are students, but I'll tell you a few things I picked up. They went, you see, when you're doing a project, I've had a privilege of serving on big positions and jobs and boards. When you're presenting any proposal, you have to understand what problem is it solving? Who is the target audience? In the next 10 years, who's the target audience? The Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas. So they were thinking ahead to the future of the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas. Also, in your business right now, you should start planning for things that are going to address that audience. Then he talked about precedents. They went and looked at the different places where it has worked. Future-proofing your business or future-proofing our hospital is critical for us. And of course, if you are patient, you need a good environment, a healing environment that, that brings in the whole element. Then the DNA design, I didn't understand, but my God. Okay, and then cost management, cost maintenance. Yeah, that whole element of maintaining cost. If I can find a solution of avoiding costs to maintain the ACs, I'll take it. Because you're trying to look at how do you save money and be profitable at the same time. So many things out of this presentation. Let's give the young lads a very big round of applause. I think they did their part. The question is, are they winning? Are they winning? Because right now we're going to see another amazing presenter, and I'm going to invite Mr. Nsimbi Timothy Encapture. Syndicate is not here yet. We're going to move to Encapture, and we look forward to seeing your amazing presentation. Over to you. You will tell us the exact name, because we keep missing it.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Nsimbi Timothy, a Rotarian and a proud member of With Love Uganda. I'm going to be the one taking you through our designs shortly. So this is just a summary of the information that I'm going to be taking you through. This is our team that was involved in the design and idea preparation. I myself, Simo Timothy, I'm a student of architecture. Shubu Dominic is also a student. Then Nyamugusha Prince and Farial Iqbal are practicing architects as well. So coming to our design vision, when we talk about state of the art, the first thing that comes to mind to us was dignity. So we broke this down. Basically, if I'm to break down dignity, it means attaching a higher value to something. If we are doing something that is meant to be state of the art, we want it to be attached to a higher value. And then we also broke it down in two components to do with autonomy, comfort, convenience, privacy, and culture. How we achieve this, we also combined it with catering for community. How do we do this? Basically, we wanted to create a facility that blends in with the community. We do not want people to come into this place and they feel that they are alienated in the space. So therefore, we also brought in aspects of making them feel welcome and making them the environment easily relatable. So we thought of coming up with grand designs, grand gestures that sort of pull you in and make you feel like you're getting the utmost care and attention that you deserve. Still on the aspect of community, we catered for resource centers and amphitheaters that can be used for various events, whether educational, non-educational, on the entertainment bit and also on the non-entertainment bit. On the sustainability aspect, we improvised for, since we're going to have a very large built-up area, we realized this can cause a lot of heat gain. So we improvised for solar panels that sort of cover up the parking area reducing that heat gain while also providing shade for the cars in that space. The green roofs basically serve the same purpose. The water features are on top of the sustainability, given that they also provide a cooling effect. They also have the aesthetic bit, and they provide the aspect of tranquility and calmness for both users to do with the workers, the patients, and even just visitors. Then for the choice of materials, we chose brick based on relatability, cultural representation, sustainability, and it can easily be sourced, as I will explain further. So still on our vision, I talked about dignity. So the first one of the components I broke down was comfort and convenience. The first way we achieved that was by providing for that all-round access throughout the site. We have various dedicated access points, whether for service entry, private access, and then also for institutes like infectious disease. So as you come in, you have this central parking, like I mentioned, will be covered with the solar panels, and then you have this datum line that leads you to the main block. I talked about providing a welcoming aspect to it. How we achieved that, we made our welcoming block to be the pediatrics and maternity. Why we chose that is that what's the best way to make someone feel loved and at home than relating them to the love of a mother and father and the bond with their children. So basically what you feel in your first experience as you come into this facility is what you try to focus on. At the back, we have our emergency laboratories and dedicated facilities for oncology, radiology, dermatology, and surgery and the like, with private parking for the likes of ambulances and surface entries. Then we thought about how to further improvise this state of the art. We understand that since we're going to be serving international clients, because our target is not just the local people, we know that there are people who are willing to pay an extra coin to have a specialized care. They want personalized treatment. Hence, we came up with the VIP suites. This is meant to provide that level of attention that may be required specifically to what they may want, that is tailored to the patient. And therefore, that's how we came up with a VIP. And then on this other side, we have our rehabilitation facilities, both physical and mental, all this surrounded by the existing water body at the back. And we all know how it's the healing effect that provides on a healing mind. Then also, on the other side, we have our administrative facilities that have learning and research centers. We have our Infectious Disease Institute with separate parking and access point, because we understand the delicacy of activities and processes that are involved in the research that goes on in that block.
2 minutes.
Then we also catered for future development at the back, and then for the community and resource centers that can be used for various activities, as I talked about. So this is basically our welcoming block. This is the datum line that I described that is meant to pull you in. I already talked about the effect of the water features and the sustainability bit of it. So basically, this is meant to allow you to feel welcome in this space. And then furthermore, I talked about relatability of using our material as brick. What we're trying to depict here is that we're trying to bring in the aspect of walking through a neighborhood. First of all, for those who have been to that area, we understand that most of the buildings there are unplastered, and most of them are just bare brick, for those who have been there. So we try to bring in that language within the community to make it still feel relatable. So when you're walking through the different blocks, that is what we want you to experience, it's like you're just walking through another neighborhood, hence using that form of finish. For the community, this is our amphitheater that can be used for various events and gatherings, and then also our resource centers that has recreational activities to do with gyms, spas, and then also it's a means of income generation for the institution, because at the end of the day, it's also a business. You understand? So yeah, so we have facilities that can be rented out as conference rooms, offices, and the like. Then for the sustainability, I talked about how we want to use up that parking space, the green roofing systems that can also be used in the same manner. And then this was what we improvised for our circulation spaces, e.g. the ramps and the staircases. We're using small hollow clay pots. First of all, the material is easily accessible. And then it also, given the material that it's made of, the heat gain in the building reduces substantially, reducing energy costs, while providing also sufficient ventilation within the interior of these ventilation spaces. I already talked about that, the effect of the water features. And then this is where the real dignity comes in. We want to create some sort of equal level. Whether we are
40
dealing
seconds.
Whether we are dealing with private clients, the VIP, whether you're in a shared ward, whether you're waiting for someone, we want everyone to feel like they're getting the utmost care that they deserve, not to bring in a level of segregation, because at the end of the day, we're going to receive people from all walks of life. And then for the materials, I already explained what we use the brick for. This is to be used for the interiors, the pavements for the exteriors, the glass blocks for the curtain walling systems, and then we have our terrazzo to be used in rooms like laboratories for easy maintenance and cleaning, and then wood finishes on the walls, on the floors for like the VIP blocks and rehabilitation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Before we welcome the next person, I want to remind all of us that we have a live stream happening. Please share to all your people so we can expose these brilliant minds to the world, but also with Love Uganda in the process. We have some media houses here as well, so you're being captured as well for the media to be aired in a different spaces. So please use this time well. If you haven't registered, kindly do take them to register. And to the next person.
Thank you, Coach Adair. Coach Adair, you asked, what was I doing at his age?
Yeah, you tell me.
I was grazing animals. But while I was there, God was speaking to one Ugandan to mobilize 1 million Ugandan, create a community-owned hospital, and that's why we're here today.
And that's why you belong. So you're relying on another person's vision.
Exactly.
That's okay. But
Yeah.
the Gen Zs are moving ahead of you. So you better come on board.
That's why I have vibe today. It will be another subject. Yes, thank you, Team Encapture. I think this is amazing. I like your design. I wish we'd be given an opportunity to vote again, because do you know, having an office near a hospital, it is very deep. Some of us have hospital phobia. So when you go in a hospital, already your DNA tells you're going to die by the environment you see. So by the time someone comes up with a design where there's an office space, my friend, you may think you are in a vacation, yet you're in a hospital. But thank you for all this creativity, really. And that's what Uganda is all about, unlocking our potential. Next is Eyitaaka. You first come here. This is Peter Mwesi. Just in 20 seconds, what was your motivation behind your name?
Yes, the name literally means from the earth. So working with the soil and working with what we have to create. And with our logo, you can just see the logo. We are crafting Africa's future. So. Thank you. Okay, yes. To start with our design team, we have Grace, we have Trudien, who isn't around with us today. Then we have Aaron Mwesigwa, and me, myself, Peter Mwesigwa. And let me just go back. So we're looking at how we can design with love and designing to heal. So that is one of the major drivers of our design, and looking at how we can use light in the healing of patients, because you find with the hospitals that we have today, at times lighting is a big issue, materiality is a big issue. So those are some of the challenges that we're looking to solve. So considering the location, we know that the hospital is located in Zimbabwe. So looking at the two major cities closest, we considered access from Kampala and Jinja City. So in our proposal, we have two access routes to the site that can easily be, where we can easily reach the site without congestion. So this is our site that we are using, that we are working with, and we can notice that it currently has 2 ponds and it's relatively flat. And even on the site, we have we were able to see a kiln of bricks that was being burnt. And these are some of the items that we have used to work with our design. So in coming up with the design, we looked at the infinity loop. And the infinity loop presents possibilities. It represents continuity of life. It represents the circle of life, you could say. So we used that and we tweaked it to fit our site, orienting the longest side of the loop in the east-west and the shortest side in the north-south. And that helps us in what way? It helps us to ensure that the living spaces are facing the north-south to prevent heat gain. Then this is what we did. This was us coming up with the concept in 3D. This was us looking at different ways in which we can have lighting within the space. Looking at the materials, we focus on using rammed earth, brick, like most of us have done, bamboo, amongst others. This is us coming up with a form. One of the sustainability strategies that we're using is bioswales, where we can help in draining off the site so that we prevent any form of flooding. In coming up with the circulation for our project, we decided to have nodes. So from the nodes, we sort of spread out to the arteries, which are our usable spaces. And the nodes have the different circulation routes like staircases, lifts, and others. This shows how we would expand the project throughout over time. Then this represents how we have incorporated ponds into our design. So we realized that we had 2 ponds, and we're like, how can we increase that? So we multiplied that through our design to create a healing environment within the space, but also integrating that aspect of moving water and its relation to healing. That shows the way we phased our project. So starting with major facilities like the outpatient or emergency, then going to specialized facilities and then more theaters and expansion. Then this is our site plan, and you can see the ponds all the way from the upper part of the site to the lowest part of the site, and this would continuously be running to create that healing aspect. Yes, this is a 3D of that image. So this is what we were able to come up with. So we blended our loop into the environment. So looking at the land, seeing that it's generally flat, we were looking at ways in which we can ensure that the building blends with the surrounding and having people relate to the surrounding instead of, let's say, going up and sort of separated from the ground. Yes, there are some of our plans. Then here, this shows the way we're considering sustainability. So light penetrating through and ensuring that every patient has access to an opening. So we can see that in this image, ensuring that we have consistent ventilation through the building and consistent lighting to the patients. That shows a section through our project, showing what I was explaining. Then this is an interior render. Then here to deal with sustainability, we have the smart sun shading devices that rotate in relation to the sun's movement. So that keeps the building shaded throughout the day. We have solar panels on top of the roof as well, and a roof lifted up off the building to aid in aeration and keep the building cool throughout the day. Then this is just a portion of our node. And we see that here you would have mainly the lobbies, waiting areas, and circulation routes, which would lead to other spaces. That's an image of the node. That shows a section through the node with our shell roof over this node. So in coming up with the design, we looked at the concept of the roof, the shell roof was drawn from someone lifting a cloth off the ground. So
lifting and peeping through. So it creates an inviting feeling. These are some of the interiors of how our nodes would look like. Circulation still presenting the continuous flow of life, the infinity loop. Yes, those are some of our courtyards, and deriving from the African concept of community, the courtyard speaks a lot to us and brings us together where people would enjoy these spaces. Then here we decided to add a walkable ramp where patients and staff can use it for exercising, so they can walk up the building and be able to view the rest of the hospital, but at the same time exercise and have a view maybe of the sunset or the sunrise, so creating an interesting feel to the space. That's still a view of the ramp. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have been playing with this project, I've also lost track of time. How many minutes did I give you? Honestly, I don't know. I was also enjoying the presentation. Then they come and tell me, hey, time. Said, hey, okay, 1 minute. This is because this is very exciting. When you get to see these all visuals come to life, you have no idea who's going to win. Who's winning so far? Do you know? I'm so glad I'm not a judge. I am so blessed that I'm not, because I would be so biased. Is it also allowed to pick one thing from another design, then you put into another design? Why? Because all these people have exciting elements, unique from each other. So how do you blend one from the other to this, so that you can get a holistic view? And with this kind of hospital, everyone will come to us. And who's going to be holding the flag? Ask the members. Please clap for yourselves. Now, to make it even more exciting, let me say the time at the beginning so that you don't know. You don't say you don't know when I also lose track. 5 minutes is your time. I will alert you at 2 minutes if I don't forget when I'm concentrating. Okay. Thank you so much, Eyitaaka, for that presentation. I'm going to invite Mr. Alawi Senkubuga from The Flame. Kindly blow us off.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Alawi Senkubuga, and I'm here to represent Team Flame. Among my colleagues, I have Mary, who I came with, Andrew Amara, a practicing architect, Dennis, an engineer structure, then Alan, M&E, then myself, Alawi Senkubuga. I'm a student. Now, for our design for the hospital, we chose a spiral as our concept. A hospital is a place that we constantly go there for constant care. A space where you're going to have the person being treated like healing, growing, spiraling from different directions. That's why we came up with an idea of a spiral as our concept. Basically, this is the kind of idea that we want to show. So when it comes to our design, what we mean by our spiral and how we use the spiral as our design, the first thing is, if you look at our key concepts, the first thing is when I come to the spiral, we're using a spiral as a tool to organize the hospital, to draw the patients into the campus, and organize all the other structures along that spiral. Then we have, since this place was having issues of water, we came up with an idea of seeing how we can use the same spiral to have the water. So at the center of our spiral, we're having a water feature, and the other buildings are spiraling away from this water feature, hence giving us the water features. Then between the buildings, we're having green spaces that are carving into the spaces between the buildings. Then we came to the zoning. The site that we chose, the way we worked with our site, at the center of the site, we placed there a water feature. Then we had the spiral starting from that point. We're having a an administration block, which comes with a cafe and the doctor's lounge. Then following it, we have the OPD. And then following that, we have the inpatients, basically the spiral from the center going outwards. Then as you're moving outwards, this is where we have the spaces for future developments. Then at these spaces, we're having water features just because the place was prone to issues of drainage. Then we have the parking coming at the northern part of the site. So when it came to the saturation, our idea was we have we gave the campus 3 gates. We have the main gate at this point. We have a services gate at this point. Then we have a public exit at this point. The blue in this represents the vehicular access. Hence, we have the vehicular access curving into the spiral of the buildings. Then we have the pedestrian access also curving into the spiral of the building. Then we also looked at the phasing of this plan. So since the idea came up that all this may not be built at once, so we picked up what could be key to come within the first phases. Like I said, we have the administration and the OPD that would come in phase 1. Then we have the inpatients coming within phase 2 and phase 3, and then we can have a future development coming in the other phases, all of it spiraling from the center. So this is what I'm talking about. So when it comes to our site, we have a water feature at the center of the site. We have the admin and cafe coming in next. So this is the OPD. Now, when you look at these buildings, you can see that we put a green roof on it. This is an issue of environmental sustainability. We're trying to get something that could put up a structure which will help regulate the heat. Then we have the inpatients coming on, spiraling like that. Then at this point of the site, we placed a chapel so that we could work with the community. Then also, if you look at the way we've done our roofs are spiraling directly from the ground, going upwards. For example, at this chapel here, and this is a space that a person can actually walk to the roof of the building. Then you have the parking at that upper part of the site. Then you have an helipad there. Of course, there's a state-of-art hospital. We have to consider that. Then we have a jogging track. If you see this line along our master plan, so that when people come, much as when you come at the hospital, you're not sick, but jogging won't hurt. Then these are some of the images that we thought just to show you how the ideas that we're talking about. And of course, since this is Africa, we had to look into our materials which are locally available, like the brick, the timber. Then I've talked about the green roof for environmental sustainability. Then we have these roofs which are coming from ground going upwards, growing, spiraling up, just a spiraling of hope, healing, and vibrance, just our concept. Then having such buildings where a person can walk up. Then the water. Since it was a problem of having water, we decided to turn it into an advantage. Should the water be a problem, why not use it as water features within the site? And these are some of other images that we have. Then we came to the interiors. We're thinking of creating an interior environment which is going to be a warm, healing environment. That's why you're seeing using such materials as timber, stone, materials that we feel in such a space. You're going to feel like you are in a warm space for healing. And this is the entrance when a person enters to the main building at the OPD. This is a ward. And this is another image that shows the entire campus. And this is a drawing. I think I've explained much of this. Just basically showing here's where we have, these are the structures that we put in phase 1. That is the OPD, having the emergency at this point. Then the cafe and the administration coming in at this point. Then we have the other facilities of the hospitals, the inpatients basically coming in, spiraling it as you're seeing the way we did these structures. Then we have the chapel coming in here. Then we have the water feature which we placed here, basically a water park. Then we have other water features along the side of the campus. Then we put a sports facility, much as it is a hospital, but we of course we have to work with the community. So even the sick can use the spots. Then we have that jogging track moving around the entire campus. It's just a pic from the site showing the OPD. Then these are just some elevations showing what we have. And yes, that is what we had to share. Thank you so much.
Amazing, amazing, great work. I love the creativity. And indeed, we're unlocking our potential. Just imagine you go to hospital. It has a tracking lane. So while you take care of your patient, you can also go and jog. Do you see how this hospital is going to be amazing? So I wish you would vote again because, man, do I have a hospital with a jogging lane? I'm not sure. I need those who would do some research. So this is with Love Uganda doing an amazing work. So thank you so much. And you know, the creativity is amazing. The spiral-related structures, I think we have potential. Thank you, Vision Better, for thinking about this. Yeah, so next is Team Grace.
Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm called Masajage Edward, representing Team Grace. So this is our design. As a requirement by the presentation, we're not supposed to have so much text, so we try to represent our design visually. So this is our, I'm going to try to break it down, but first and foremost, this is the team, Team Grace. We all, most of us are civil engineers and proud members of WLU. I have Edwin, Daniel, and I. Then we have a student as well. So to be able to explain how we came up with this concept was drafted from the culture that we have, and then the Ubuntu and the multiplication within us. So our concept for the design, this basically came from the molecule separating, and this is where we came up with the parametric design of the hospital. Well, we have different sectors of the hospital, try to separate from one another, but also trying to being connected to one another. Okay, so this is our biggest master plan here for the whole community. As you can see, this is our entry, and this is the general hospital. As a requirement in the design, we were supposed to have different sections, including the training center. So we have the training center here. As well, besides just creativity, functionality, part of it was supposed to be alignment with the WLU vision, which includes tourism, housing, medical center, and education. So we had all those four sectors being represented. So we had tourism sectors here, talking about the different cultures of Uganda, here and here. Then we have the housing sectors where we had the private suites being represented in this area, and also the apartments for the people who can be generally accessing the hospital, while having the different sectors that can, the infrastructure that supports the hospital. So from a different perspective or the bird eye view, so this is our general hospital. We had different solar plants for sustainability to give it more power, and 8 different sectors here. As you can see, we had our general entry. We had our ponds within this area to ensure that there is we had these different points in different sectors, and also on the extreme end on the other side, to ensure that we can capture within the nature of the environment while you're trying to preserve. Then you had other different supportive structures as well. So this is the entry of the hospital, and as you can see, we are allowing in this is the main entrance. The hospital had 3 different entries. So this is the main entrance, and then you're allowing in a lot of traffic. We made sure it had a glass panel roof to allow in a lot of light that can be able to hit our lobby center. We had the other emergency sector on the other side. The choice of material of the finishing, we tried to capture as much as the concrete finish without having any other extra aid finish, so that we don't have to go into the cost, but also as well embrace the nature of the area where they don't have a lot of fancy rendering or finishing of the houses, and also using the brick as a form of finish. So, like I said, it's a vision with the WLU vision. So we are calling it the We Love Uganda Hospital, and this is the major entry. So this is our floor plans for the different sectors as you keep going up. So you can see the roof. The roof captures a lot of solar panel use, and then we had the different sectors of the different sectors that were required as a means to run the hospital, placed different ways so that they can be able to be captured, and they are providing synergy to one another. And then within the structure, we provided voids to allow in the natural light to enter to the structure. The ground floors, we try to provide structurally, supposed to provide bisolators. This is they isolate the hospital from its base, so that in case of an earthquake, is not really subjected to any kind of structure failure. So we made sure that these were provided. While down there we had to capture things like morgues, incinerators for eliminating or trying to do medical waste be able to be captured. So this is our training institute for medical students that are trying to learn. Since it's a referral hospital, we anticipate that we're going to have medical students as part of the vision, be able to also increase on education. Now, on the other side, these are solar plantations. We have a solar plant, be able to manage power. So this is the private suite for people who want to have private inpatient kind of care that don't want to be part of the general chaos on the other side. Sorry? These are supposed structures. This is supposed to be a water treatment plant. So since we want to have sustainability for the hospital, you're supposed to have these different structures to be able to support
30
the
seconds.
hospital. We have these for these are for physiotherapy, and then this is for the other structure is supposed to be for the psychiatry, for the people who have mental issues. They can be able to be separate. Then we have the sports centers. Then we had the gas station support the rest of the infrastructure. This is our main lobby as you enter. This is our reception. These are interior entry. And this is our design for the operation rooms, these cafeterias. Thank you.
You will all believe very soon. Thank you very much, Team Grace. I think very soon there's going to be a belief that if you're not part of this, the movement is going to leave you. The bus is leaving. Because as we do these structural presentations, I want you to think about something. How will you benefit from this? Are you positioning yourself to benefit from this 5, 8, 10 years from now? What skills are you acquiring? Because remember we said that whatever we're doing is going to benefit the members. But imagine we need a skill and there's no member with that skill. Where are we going to go? On the outside, isn't it? So start looking at it in a perspective of how are you positioning yourself to be a part of this amazing family. Let's give a round of applause to everyone who has presented so far. We have 4 more presentations to go. This being the 4th, that is Roma Engineering. You only have 5 minutes. Kindly come and make us proud.
Good morning. My name is Ovizio Mili Sharon. I'll be taking you through our presentation representing Team Roma Engineering, along with my other colleagues, Ogenrot Emmanuel and Nyadoi Felicitas. So, the great architect Christopher Day once said, "Good architecture is about creating vessels of life, buildings that support and nurture the people and the activities within them." And this belief is what we used to design the With Love Healing Sanctuary. We began by confronting a stark reality, which is our doctors. They do amazing work, as we all know. However, the environments that they work in do not favor them. And also the people, the community that we are trying to cater for, the spaces that they get services in are cramped, do not also favor them. The World WHO, according to WHO's standards, it says that the doctor to patient ratio should be 1 to 1,000. In Uganda, the doctor to patient ratio is 1 to 25,000. And that just isn't right. And it's great that With Love Uganda is bringing up this opportunity to create a space where the community can get access to such. You find people do not have where to sit. The spaces, you know, when even one of the presenters came and said, "When I go to the hospital, my DNA just says that I'm sick," you know, and that is not good. So we asked a question: how can we make a place of healing feel like a place of hope? And that is what drove to our concept, which is basically healing. So we wanted to look at the building, at architecture itself, to be wanted to ensure the architecture itself is an active participant in the healing process. Studies have shown that patients who are exposed to certain environments, they heal faster, as I'll take you through. So let me just take you through our process that led us to achieve our master plan and the whole thing. So just on the thinking process and all that, we had to look at the different blocks on how shall we zone them, how will it be accessible, and how is the movement of the entire site going to be. So we zoned the spaces and allocated them and called them wellness blocks, whereby you have each block attaining to different functions. And the red shows the movement of how circulation is going to happen, with main access leading to the wing A and wing B, which is what we shall detail further. And then giving access for emergency and visitors, and also main visitor parking, which will have solar shading. Yes. So this brought us to our master plan, similar to the zoning, whereby this is going to be the wellness block 2 that caters for the OPD, caters for the emergency section and some of the inpatient wards. We have wellness block 2 that is for the for rehabilitation. We strategically placed it next to the ponds that we called healing gardens, where there'll be pathways for people to move, relax, because hospitals, hospitals drain energy from the visitors, even the people there. So we didn't want that, which was still part of our healing process. This can also be accessed by the community people who are not necessarily sick, but they can just come and use it. We have other blocks that cater to support services and infectious disease specialty blocks, and then staff residences at the extreme end. One of the blocks, block 3, contains the admin and also where students can also be taught. Yes. So wellness block 2, we picked wellness block 2 and decided to detail it and just again the thought process of how we brought this up. It doesn't add up to have a building that looks good or what when the functions don't work, when the doctors themselves are not able to move and deliver services efficiently. So we had to look at how will the OPD, outpatient department, be zoned, the main support services, emergency, surgical, and the like, all these. So and this is what we came up with the emergency, main entrance, OPD, and general medicine all being put around, and shared support, shared services in the middle, whereby you have circulation leading to the main laboratory, all the lifts, and cafeteria and pharmacies in the middle to link everything together. Looking at the lighting and air circulation, according to studies, it shows that patients that are exposed to the nature outside have 8.5%. They heal faster. Okay, their recovery rate is better with exposure to the outside instead of just brick walls everywhere. So this was one of our core bits that we looked at, heading back to the healing concept. So after zoning this, we had to ensure that these middle spaces also have access to the outside, hence bringing the green courtyards, which provide not only clean air but also the outside environment that we are looking at, as you can see there in our process. And this is what ended up coming at. So
2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, and this is what led to our entire block of With Love Uganda. In that you see the middle areas, those are the green courtyards that are in the middle. Here, from the main access, takes you straight to the entrance, and then the ambulances have a different access at the end. The aim is that having different accesses help in functionality and movement, whereby we have the main OPD has its own section and its own access, emergency has its own access, same as the inpatient wards. As you can see here in our renders. So functionality, back to it. The reds that you're seeing are the lift and stair accesses, whereby when you enter, you can go straight to the outpatient or you can come from the outpatient entrance there. Emergency is here with operating theaters, everything stacked in there. We have radiology and laboratory directly accessible. And when you go to the upper floors, this is for the critical care, whereby we have over 18 operating theaters. We also have the ICU department and the OBGYN. This connects directly to the rooftop. To the helipad that connects directly back to the operating theater. So in case of an emergency, efficiency is still attained, which is one of our core goals. So these are some of our elevations. And sustainability, we're looking at shading we're looking at solar shading and using the building itself, as we said before, to ensure that the people who are living inside are comfortable. And this was attained by solar shading, green courtyard. We have solar panels along the roof. And
40 seconds.
Thank you. So in conclusion, this is not just a collection of buildings. It is a testament to what With Love Uganda stands for, and that is showing that what happens when we put the community at the center of your design. We have thought of the patient, the staff, the visitor, and the community at large in the planning, which is what we, with Love Uganda, hopes to do to cater for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I need to start learning how to be a tour guide. These hospitals require that you understand how to tour this place. How else is someone going to understand all these things? But well done to everyone.
Thank you, Roma Engineering, for that incredible presentation. One of these participants is walking away with 10,000 US dollars today. Do you know what that can do? Even if you tell me to go on my knees from here up to town, I can do it. And also, by the way, we are live streaming. So please allow me to welcome our international audience. So whoever is presenting, you are being watched globally. We're already marketing you. So participants, don't leave without becoming a member of We Love Uganda. At 34,000 Ugandan shillings, you become part of the 2,600 members, growing each day. So that in case we get a call from an international country, say, we saw a presentation, we're able to track you, because right now we don't know you. Anyway, thank you, Roma, for this presentation.
Edgar, we also have some media houses in the house.
Oh, yes.
So it is not just going global, it's also here on the local scene. And one thing I've seen about opportunity, you have to be ready for it. It doesn't just come to you. Opportunity goes to those who are already prepared. I think you know that. You have to be prepared to get the opportunity to come to you. So please, let's take this seriously, but also us as members, this is an opportunity to understand how we fit into this whole system. Because ultimately, Alex, I want to retire working for With Love Uganda. So that we add more value. Positioning, right? Positioning. Let's go for the next presenter.
Thank you, Coach Adair. Solomon's Temple, Martha Namukwaya, please come and take it on.
Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon. Yes, thank you. I'm here on behalf of Someone's Temple, and we want to appreciate what you're doing with Love Uganda. We thank you for the vision. It's really interesting. So, going on, I'm representing a team of students. We are students on Makere, currently now 4th year. And I have some two that came with me, Sachi Danyamaiga, with Mr. Benjamin. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so with our concept and our site analysis and with the vision of With Love Uganda, our concentration was mostly on the Ugandan person, and then we came up with a vision with a concept that is healing through mimic purity that came through our interfering with the site, our experience about the site, which was like holistic because of its nature and its like the cluster at all around it, which created an awesome experience, and that led us to create a project that is awesome in nature, whereby it's true to our Ugandan culture, where it's like balanced clusters that mimic the nature of our mode of construction that was incremental. So it serves like in the sense of construction, it helps. And then in terms of constructability, we have like locally available materials, brick, and also allowing for phased development. And then like since we were looking at like a nature, like embracing nature holistically, we have like a grand entrance that is through a healing portal, which we call the healing portal, which is currently like on site. There are 2 existing pools, still enhancing what is existing, but also using it in the sense of construction to allow for a healing environment as someone approaches the design, whereby like, like the intention of a patient as you approach the hospital. So we wanted to break that intensity, we wanted to break that stress, and subconsciously, nature heals man. Like it's our innate home. Yeah, so we wanted to take the user, who is the patient, the people who are going to be working at this hospital, through such an entrance that soothes them, relaxes them, and you can arrive by foot over the portal, or you can arrive by car to the other departments, as I'll take you through. So like we designed it in a way that it can allow for phase, which is like the whole hospital, which has the inpatient, the outpatient, the emergency department, the peds and pediatrics, the cancer, oncology, and the therapy areas in this space. And then it allowed for, since With Love Uganda has a vision of growing Uganda and supporting Ugandans, so we designed a space that can allow for future doctors, and that is the residents and research, to improve our medical services, since we are looking at erasing flying people out for medical treatment. So what if we create our own hospital that can support that, and it will be like almost the first hospital in Uganda that can allow for that. So as you see through our concept, on arrival, you arrive through grand canopy. This is to uplift the person, uplift their soul. And then, yeah, this I've talked about, like the healing portal. And then as you arrive on this side, we have the emergency department that and given the fact that the hospital is a bit far away, all the way in Zero Way, it can allow for parking, like helicopter, like being brought in, ambulances, and then it has a support system that can allow for emergencies, and then it has a support system that you see like the entrance when you enter, it has like a double height to foster for that uplifting of the soul and all that. And then it has like a pediatrics. And then on the other side, on this side where we have the oncology, we have the fabrication spaces, like for people who are amputated, they can be provided a solution that someone doesn't have to totally lose hope. And then it has like a pharmacy, so that since we are looking at wholesomeness, like a service, a place you can go to and you get every healthy care you would need. Yeah, so on this, since we are looking at the most basis of our design was purity of the nature. So we have like healing gardens, and these are close to the cancer and therapy spaces, rehab spaces that can allow for someone to retrieve them from the state of mind they are in. And then on the other side, we have the pediatrics and maternity. Remember, our project is built on clusters, and so these clusters, each cluster represents a different department that can allow for constructability, and the performance in the instance of an hospital.
2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, inside we have interior courtyards to break the massing, because masses, like, these are the things you're used to, the big hospitals, the big spaces. But what about creating a space where someone is allowed to feel natural, is allowed to feel like how we enjoy villages, the environment of a village? It creates that instance of that is relaxing, unlike the hypertension buildings we have in the city. And then this is on the other part of the research, we created like a cafeteria and prayer spaces, like sacred spaces on the upper side, where we have like a mosque and a chapel to allow for someone to, because healing comes in with also, we are connected to a spiritual being, yes. And then we have the research center, which I talked about, to enhance the growth of Ugandan medical services. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Solomon's Temple. A group of young students with a platform. We love Uganda. We're about love for everyone that we work with, but also to grow young talent like this. Well done and congratulations. One of the things we learned from this is public speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not matter what field you're in. You need to learn to speak. You need to learn to communicate effectively, because you have to sell a product. Isn't it? You have to sell a product. And so if you're going to sell a product, you need to learn to speak for it. And speaking for it requires you to speak effectively, not just speaking. Okay? So well done, and congratulations for the students who are doing this amazing work. Really, really, really well done. Our next presenter is Zoe, and I know that we are getting to the tail end. So before Zoe comes, I'm going to ask all of us to stand up quickly. Just to stretch a bit. We are still in the morning hours. It's not yet even 11 a.m. So we are still in the time zone. Are we okay? Are we okay? If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know, say amen. Amen. All right, let's take our seats, and Team Zoe, please take it on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josephine Namkisa. I'm an architect, and I am so honored to be here. I think With Love Uganda is an amazing organization, and I'm not just saying it. I was telling someone during the break that where has this been all my life? You know, but I'm so honored to be part of this competition because it has exposed me to really the future of Uganda. So I'm Team Zoe. My name is Josephine Namkisa. My team members are Kato Mishak. He's here, a student, amazing student from Chambogo University. An engineer, Martin Imakit and Simon are not here, but they are well represented. So for us, the first thing that blew us away, thank you very much. Okay. The first thing that blew us away about this project was the location. Like, you can't go to that piece of land and not completely be blown away. And what captivated us, for me, is the feeling of leaving the city to go and heal. Like, how many of you would go to grandmother's place and just heal because you are breathing in fresh air, you're eating mangoes, you're not in a multi-storied building, you're out in the garden. And for us, that was very important, because in understanding this out-of-city location is the beginning of everything that we did. So we chose a design that is, first of all, very low-key, very tender on the soul, by the use of low-scale buildings. I mean, personally, I work in the city in these multi-storied buildings, but if I want to heal over the weekend, I'd like to go out of the city in these very simple, toned-down buildings, and for us, that was very, very important. Then the other thing is healing with nature. This location is virgin, it's green. How about we create buildings that intertwine within this nature? It was very, very important for us to break up these buildings. We didn't want a one building sort of situation, and that is because we understood that With Love Uganda is growing incrementally. Oops. Thank you so much. We understand that With Love Uganda is growing incrementally. So what does this mean? If with our 10,000 shillings, my minutes. Thank you very much. If with our 10,000 a month shillings, we are going to say build this building, okay, I would like to be more optimistic, but let's say we are building it over 10 years. We would like that every single time you come to this property, it's complete. Do you understand that? Meaning that it's easy to phase it. If we start, for example, with the administration block over here, if we come in, if we raise money over 5 years and then we are able to build other buildings, every time someone comes to this place, it looks complete. It doesn't look like half a building, 3/4 of a building. I hope that makes sense. So that was important for us to be able to phase this building as our money grows. Then the other thing is the separation of facilities, of activities, very important for us. Like, if someone is coming to the pediatrics building over here, they don't have to go into go through the emergency building. They don't have to. The little children don't have to know that they are people with broken limbs and things. They don't have to see these things. So we separated the different facilities. Then also, in terms of architecture, each of these buildings has a unique architecture and feeling, and yet they all belong together. Does that make sense? Meaning that if I come to the administration building, I feel part of this amazing infrastructure of buildings, and yet if I go into the pediatrics place, it's still different, but it feels part of this village of buildings. Then the other thing we noticed from the very first time when we received these, the survey drawings, this entire area had no contours. So we called back and said, how come you didn't give us contours? And they told us that when the surveyors went to this property, this whole place was flooded, this entire area. And we thought that's an opportunity. So we decided to plant a forest on this side of the facility, on the eastern side. A mangrove forest, it will retain the soil, it will strengthen the soil, and it will provide nature walks, you know, so that when you go there, you can go through the forest, you can hear the birds. There are people who visit Uganda, by the way, just to hear our unique bird species. So what about tourists come to this place just to walk through this forest and enjoy the facility? So for us, that was very important, but also for expanding later on, even for materials for construction. So that was important. So going to the facility, we believe that, someone said it earlier, to heal is very part of, love is very part of healing, and love is an embrace. So we created a front line of buildings over here, the administration, emergency block, and inpatient blocks that embraces the user. I'll go to other images so that okay, quickly, also with the master plan, we created a network of roads so that you can access these buildings. And you don't have to go through a building to access. So you have a network that creates ease access and a ring road that goes right around the facility for ambulances. Then we have a separate entrance to the mortuary. You don't have to know that people die on this facility. So we separated the mortuary and helipad within a thick forest so that when you're in any one of these buildings, you don't have to know that people are dying on the facility so that you feel safe. Right, so just to take you into one of the blocks, the courtyard was very important in all our designs. So you have a green courtyard on the inside. What does that do? In every building you have an oasis, a green oasis, such that you're walking out of your room, you're walking out of any of the offices, you're inside a courtyard. Courtyards were very important for us, and we created a series of them. I'll show you in pictures, but you have interior courtyards, you have semi-private courtyards, public courtyards. I'll show in the 3Ds. So this is one of the buildings, the administration block, like I said, embracing the person coming in. And this is the accident and emergency block right next to it. I won't go too much into this because of time, but still you can see that interior courtyard. It's in all our buildings because we don't want, like I told you, we want soft buildings. Buildings that you're inside of, you're outdoor, indoor, and it's such an amazing experience. Imagine you're really sick, but you're happy, you know, as you recover. Also, same thing, this is the inpatient block. The inpatient block is an amazing facility. It's right at the end, like I showed you on the master plan. Here we created a healing garden. So you're healing in close connection to nature, which was very important. So this is our administration block. Like I told you, we are thinking about earthy tones, earthy colors, earthy feelings, you know, yet modern. It's state of the art, it's modern, yet it's down to earth. And that combination has been created with the use of bamboo screens, timber, a lot of green, glass that is covered and shielded with sunscreens. And for us, this is extremely important. So you're visiting an extremely modern facility, but it's also down to earth. So you have these fins that rise up. When you arrive here, you know the feeling of connecting upwards, you know, it draws you upwards towards God. Yeah, so this is another view of our administration building, state-of-the-art, amazing building. Like I told you, we have courtyards, public courtyards, but then when we go into other buildings, this is the view of the administration next to the accident and emergency block. Accident and emergency, you can see the use of bamboo, the use of screens, the use of stone. Those are the kind of materials we're using in this facility. No hard concrete, no tough glass. We're just using bamboo, bricks, and things that the community can create, because with Love Uganda is about the community. So this is the accident and emergency block. Like I told you, these buildings are unique, but they belong together. So you're in this facility, but you're remembering the administration block that you just visited. Okay, so like this is still the, then this is the inpatient, the back of the inpatient block from the street. Like I told you, we have now the semi-public courtyards. You can sit by the street, you're visiting with somebody and that sort of thing. So you can see the use of stone, brown stone. It's not tough stone, but it's beautiful stone. Then you have screens, 2 minutes. Okay, so this is the inpatient block overseeing the healing garden. Like I said, this is the healing garden. Beautiful place that you can go heal and recover. Imagine you go here and you heal without medicine, just because you're in a beautiful place. We saw a pond on site, so we turned that into an artificial lake. This is the inpatient, this is the courtyard I was talking about. Inside the building, you're able to walk out of your room into a, okay? The rooms all look out into the green. Use of timber inside. It's still beautiful, state of the art, but natural materials. At teaching and art research block is the epitome of innovation. We have this carved roof, still the use of steel, fins and brick. This is a wellness and rehabilitation center, organic shapes, screens. So each of these buildings, like I said, are unique, but they belong together. So, thank you very much.
Miss out at your own risk. Ladies and gentlemen, miss out at your own, because this is going to be very exciting. The designs are amazing, the creators are very impactful, and we look forward to seeing our last presenter.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Josephine. This has been amazing. The healing gardens. I'm imagining we shall be charging people to come and be at the gardens. Stress levels to the gardens. So I love the creativity. Thank you, Josephine. Now our last presenter of the day. Then we discuss the $10,000. Design Syndicate.
As Design Syndicate prepares, I would like to remind all of us that after this, I'm going to ask you who has won. You have to tell me, because what we are observing right here is quite something. Do you remember the first design? Who remembers the first design? Who was the first presenter? Do you remember them well? You see, sometimes you guys remember the last ones. But we are fair people here. You have to remember each and every person so that we can give fair standing, isn't it? So far, we are having a good time. Who's having a good time? Who's enjoying themselves? It has just clocked 11 a.m. We are still in our time to finish on time, but when we are still energetic. And I'm hoping that we can have this up so fast so that we can keep time. Thank you. Over to you, Team Syndicate.
My name is Joel Baraka, and we're part of Team Syndicate. I'm a member of the team, and this is our project. I'll get straight to it. So, first and foremost, thinking about this site, the very first thing that we thought about is the community. We didn't want to have a project that becomes a white elephant and becomes alienated and alienates the community, where people look at this project, because this is Zirobwe. People are small scale farmers, and so when they see a very opulent building, they might be intimidated. And so a very our very first thought was, how do we design a building that caters for all the facilities required, but yet it still brings in the community in both the construction phase, in both in the aesthetics, and as well as the simplicity of the building. So, the other thing we thought about is the ecosystem. Being a low-lying area, this place has very fragile ecosystems, the birds, the vegetation. And so we thought about that as very vital to our project, that we wanted our project to have a very light touch on the ground. So thinking about site zoning, we decided to zone our site in that way. So we have recreation, the farm, which was really a place for the community to come and test crops. Because sometimes, let's say NADS brings a project, and the crop might not thrive in that area, and so you need a space to test those things. So we thought that would be a good place to bring in the community as well, and then the space for the hospital. We thought of having the building organized in that manner, with those almost like a zigzag manner, to have those little pods within the structures for the green. And that's what you see happening over there. Sorry. Right, so this is what we ended up with. As you can see, our project doesn't fill up the whole site because of those reasons I gave earlier, the ecosystem, but also space for expansion. That even parking itself, the largest parking we have is over there, and you observe that there's parking separated among the buildings. So there's something called heat island, where large parking spaces generate a lot of heat in an area, and we didn't want that to happen. The other thing was the green. You notice that there's a lot of trees, and for us, the first thing you see when you come to the site is the trees, is the vegetation, is the ecosystem, is the site. We don't want the building to be the site. We want the site to be itself and remain as it is. Over here is what I was talking about earlier, the crop testing pods. So you have a space where the community can come and test their crops. Over here, the pond, we didn't want it to just be a pond where people go and look, but an opportunity for the community to do some fish farming, and also a place where the hospital itself can do fish farming and provide for the needs of the hospital. The other thing was, okay, I'll mention that later. But yeah, so that's how our project is placed, and now we have this loop around that allows for every building to be serviced as required. So these are just a few shots of the building. Now, something I had forgotten to mention is, even in the construction phase, we didn't want to alienate the community. We wanted the community to be part of this. So our view of this is, give the community a frame and let the community feel that frame. And so, for example, in the facade, the solar shading that we have, we want to make the use of papyrus, make mats, and use those mats as a solar shading. So the community can participate in making those mats. They can participate in keeping those mats and renovating, working on them. So we embrace the community, have the community as integral in this project. So that's what you see. Now, our words, you will notice that they are not fancy. They are not over the top. We want to keep it as homely as possible. And so we still bring in these papyrus mats coming back into the ceiling. Another thing you'll notice is how far the roof is over the building itself, is that we want to have that natural cooling within the spaces themselves. So like I said, we have this frame that will provide for the community, and the community itself will fill in the frame with these papyrus reeds, the papyrus mats rather. So behind it, you'll have, of course, the building, the walls, and everything else. Then over here, it's just our imagination of what would happen if when you look back here, sorry, just a second. Over here, we have now, want to make the most of recreation as well. That while we are providing for the hospital and the community through fishing, through crop testing, through building their skills as farmers, we also want to have space for recreation to bring some capital in for the hospital. So over here, you have event space. And that event space can be a place where guys can go for weddings, have team building activities, and still we have this forest where you have, again, forest walks and the like. Sorry. Yeah, so this is what we thought a bamboo and papyrus pavilion would look like. And so it's right next to this pond. And so the hospital users and the community are using this space together. So that's what really informed how we came up with this, is that even the building itself is raised up, is elevated, so that the floor slab is not directly on the ground, to allow for the ecosystem and the animals and the insects and birds and worms and all those animals to continue to exist even below the building as the building exists. So yeah, I could go on, but I think I'll leave it at that. This is our project. Our vision was to have With Love Uganda not become a bad stain on this community, that they came, built their huge buildings, and it doesn't benefit us. But we want that the community itself is part of this project from the very beginning, through the life of the project and beyond. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Syndicate. A big round of applause to all our presenters. And a big round of applause to the students, especially, for participating. We had Team Zoe, we had Team Syndicate, Team Encapture, Team Concrete and Canvas, Team Burundi, and so on. So another big, big round of applause. Truth is, I'm just glad I'm not a judge, because I think there will be a bit of unfairness or something, because I'm confused right now. Who has won? All of them. In this world, look at my fingers. It doesn't matter how good you are, there is someone who is. And there's always going to be number one, number two, number three, and whichever. And sometimes it is perception. You know that? That sometimes it's perception. What you think has won, I might not think. But ultimately, we're going to go with what the judges are going to tell us. So at this moment, I'm going to invite Mr. Fauzi Ocho, our head project committee, to introduce to us the judges. And we're going to recognize them, but also appreciate them for the time invested. And then ultimately, we'll get to the next stage, which is a panel discussion, which should be getting ready. Mr. Fauzi, you're welcome.
Good morning. Wow. I just remember when I look at the pictures we are having here, I remember the first day we were on the site with the team, with the hospital committee team, the team that was starting to think, what can we put in this place? And if I look at the pictures which are here today, I think there's enough creativity we have as Ugandans. I think for the policymakers in this room, you need to think twice about the creativity and what we can do for this country, and the pool of knowledge that we can really have to develop this country. I think for the VB, I would propose that this architecture has been here. If you can profile them off, and then we have them, because we are 2,000 members, okay? So why wouldn't we, even if somebody doesn't win here, why wouldn't we have this pool as part of the architectures who can serve the 2,000 members that we have in the community? Okay. One takeaway I've had from this I think everyone was talking about healing, 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 and that was good. There's only one who talked about a mortuary. So that shows that the hospital is going to be all about what? Healing. There is no death in the hospital. Are we together? Okay. So, I mean, whatever you are doing, it's always good to be on the positive, okay? So leave alone the negative aside. So the positivity must always be on the upper side of whatever you are doing. We had a great team of judges who really did some good work to make sure that we drill down to the last 10 of the competition, and I think you will all appreciate that they had difficult time to come up with this last 10, because I think Coach Adele was just asking to try to find out who has won, and none of us can really say who has won. So imagine coming away from the almost 200 members of the competition to narrow down to this. I think we had 50 groups, 53 groups to narrow down to the last 10 groups. So that was great work. So one of them was Dr. Tusubira, FF. Yes. She's a medical systems expert and is also an advocate of patient-centered infrastructure. He's not here with us today, but he has been doing this great work in the background. And we have an award for him, but I think he will pick it at a later time since he's not here today. Okay. The second judge we still have them, not so? Because we don't we don't have the winner yet. So they are still judges. Okay. Leila Akelo Gonasa. She's a senior manager and environmental compliance with NEMA Uganda. So you can see that among the judges, it was very special that we had to take in the aspect of environmental impact assessment, so that whatever is being designed, we are putting the environment at forefront. She will also get an award from us, and she's not here with us today, but she's with us in spirit. A big hands for her. The third judge that was on the team was Bernard Achelam. He's an assistant lecturer in architecture from Makerere University. I think you saw one of the teams there from Makerere University and did some great work. So the universities are doing some good work, and they are producing some good students that I think can be able to develop the country. So he will also get an award with us. So a big hands for Bernard. We also have Judge Atuhuera Enoch. Enoch is with us here today. Enoch. Okay, Enoch is here. So Enoch is an environmental health and safety professional and a sustainability champion. So all these were factored in the what? So it was not all about looking only at the architecture. So there are so many concepts that are being factored in judging. So it's not only how beautiful you are building it, how tall it is, how wide it is. So there are all so many factors that we are putting in to come up with the best. So Bernard, you will come in front, and I'll ask our VB to give an award to Bernard. The photograph. we always appreciate good work, so that's why we are giving Bernard a good place. Photographers, you are there? Okay, thank you. I also want the photo. You want to leave me out?
We can as well clap for them as they take the photo moment. Would like to appreciate the judge. We don't take you for granted and for sparing time to be a part of this event.
Thank you, Bernard. Lastly, but not least, we have Judge Annette. Judge Annette Twinokwesiga. Judge Annette is here with us today. And
please walk to the front.
Judge Annette is a urban development specialist. So she has also been doing great work. So you can see that there's a lot of factors that we had into this. So thank you for the good work. And we have a good.
Let's take a picture moment for remembrance. When the hospital is up, your name should be somewhere that you actually contributed with your expertise.
Photographers will tell me when to join in also. Don't forget.
Please join the picture. This is a monumental moment. 5-8 years from now, we'll look back and say, well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your contribution.
Okay. Yeah, those are the judges we had. Okay, I think Coach Adele, that was my work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauzi. Kindly give him a big round of applause. As a head project committee for this, we do appreciate you, and all our judges, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. And I know you're going to be proud of this. When it's all finally up, you'll say I was part of this. And I think that is going to be an amazing experience. I'm going to quickly invite Mrs. Josephine Mwine, Jocelyn Mwine, to come and moderate this panel discussion in the next 30 minutes. And so that we can have this conversation. And we shall welcome only 2 questions from the audience or 4, depending on how fast we get this done.
Good morning, everyone. I will make you stand. Good morning, everyone. You are most welcome to today's ceremony. You will excuse me. I am a little bit under the weather, as the white people say. I'd like to invite my panelists, architect Annette Twinokwesiga, Enoch Atwera, Dr. Isaac Bugembe, Engineer Nicholas Bwamiki. Welcome. As they come in front, I'll just take you through. If you missed the launch, how many of us were here for the launch of this competition? Shame on you if you are not here. Just put up your hand if you are here. Those of you who are not here, shame on you, especially the members, shame on you. Anyway, so we had the launch early June. We had the launch of this competition. And I'm so excited to say that we had over 290 applicants applying to participate in this competition. I think you would like to clap for that. How many of you can call 290 people in a room? How many of you? So we're proud that we had that many number of people. I must also say, and this is something I'm very passionate about, we had so many students in this competition. Our tagline, our motto, our song in WLU is Unlocking Our Potential. And it was very important that the students were part of this competition because you can see the potential that we have. It was easier or better, it was easier to go to an architectural firm and pay them and get designs, right? That was the easier option. We chose the fun option, and that's why we came up with this competition. So we had 3 stages. We had three stages. The first stage, the participants sent in their concepts, what they were planning, hoping, promising to design for us. Was it meeting our expectations? Was it meeting our vision and our mission? And out of that, we had to come up, you can imagine from 295 applicants, we had to zero down to 20 teams. So we had the top 20 teams moving on to the second stage. You will want to clap. And then, so here we are. Finally, we are the top 10, and this is the final stage where we will award, okay, everybody's a winner like they say, but they are winners. And today we'll award the winners because really I think you can see that our participants did an amazing job. I felt sorry for the judges, really I did, because the work was really exceptional. So as I take my seat, I'm going to introduce my panel. The gentleman looking down is Engineer Nicholas Boamiki. You will clap until I say stop. So Engineer Nicholas Boamiki is a member of With Love Uganda. He also sits on the hospital project committee. So if you have noticed that every product of With Love Uganda is run by a committee, what would otherwise be run by departments, probably an organization. So we have committees. And we are so proud again, I'm so proud to say that we have the expertise in WLU. So that's Engineer Nicholas Boamiki. He will be giving us his engineering expertise on today's panel. Next to him is the formidable Dr. Isaac Bugembe. Dr. Isaac is a medical doctor. He's also a member of With Love Uganda and also sits on the hospital project committee. The two have been introduced, but I'll still introduce them. These are the judges that have been giving a hard time to beat the deadlines. So Enoch Atwera is a judge, or was it? He's a judge, yes? He's still a judge in this competition, and he ably brought his expertise. I can tell you the comments, feedback that we got from this competition is amazing, and I think the judges will tell us their experience with the participants. I feel like I'm so in front. And next to him is the architect Annette Twinokwestiga. I want to tell you, I had never met these people. We had never met these people. So calling them to take part in this tedious exercise, I think they really deserve another hand clap. So we're going to hopefully have a rich conversation. We'll have some questions for the panel, but also I'll invite 2 questions from the audience, only 2, right? So if you have a question, not about WLU, please. We have the orientation and training lead. Where is she? Leader Jolie is somewhere there. If you want to know about With Love Uganda, she's there. Today we're talking about engineering, we're talking about architecture, we're talking about design, we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about With Love Uganda in terms of that space, okay? So do not ask me what the 10K project is about. I'll send you out of today's room. All right. Firstly, to the judges. The participants, I'm sure, made it hard for you to select. But what were those key interesting elements that you saw in their designs? Ladies first.
Thank you for your question. The judging experience, like she said, was quite intense, but also fulfilling because we came across amazing designs, very innovative designs, and it was clear to us that the teams were not necessarily people from the healthcare sector, and they were also not architects purely. There were teams of engineers. There were a mixed bag, so to say. So it was interesting to see the amazing designs that were brought forward. From the initial stages of the design, one aspect in response to the brief was to write a 1,000 word sort of narration or concept in response to the materials that With Love Uganda had sent. It was quite interesting to see the development from that stage, from the written ideas to the actualization of the designs, how the design thinking was translated, the process till the design stages. I know, unfortunately, some teams didn't get to this final stage, but the potential was there from the start. But of course, as judges, it was our task to move forward. One thing I can say from my experience as a judge, I have been on panels, but not for an architectural competition, for the design of a state-of-the-art hospital. I don't know. So it was a new experience for me. I hope the people who participated as well had an exciting experience, without including the aspect of winning and all. It will also be difficult for you to come up with, to deal with one winner, because I believe everyone had a unique approach, a unique response to the brief. Really, I can't emphasize enough how exciting the process was. Maybe in the following questions, I will get to share more specific details. So thank you very much.
You will clap.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Matwera Enoch, and I'm an environmental health and safety specialist. And I can assure you, the participants were brilliant minds. Actually, they are still brilliant minds, in a sense that you would fail to make a decision on something. However, the architectural designs were all appealing, all of them, right from stage one up to this stage. But normally, after seeing all the designs looking better and okay, as a specialist in my field, now, you know, our field, we're always looking for wrong things. That is what we do, and we are the most hated, I think, professionals. So I would look out for the wrong things. And I don't know whether you can allow me. Yeah. The other one, the engineers, the architects were excellent. I loved what they were putting. And I would like to point out these issues such that they can be incorporated in the final plan, because they were lacking. Now, there are prospects of this becoming an international hospital. Now, when you become an international hospital, you have to go for certification of standards. because you'll even have labs that need to be certified. The hospital itself, this shows your commitment to quality, to health, to patient care, all those things. And some of the things you need, which I was not seeing in the plans. One of them was the master point. That is the assembly point. I don't know whether we know it all. The assembly point, I saw one team that had reflected it, but in the presentations here, I didn't see it. So that is a must. In case of anything in the hospital, where are you going to evacuate people to? And how fast are you going to evacuate them? So this is something that we need to put into consideration. The water ponds which are there, save for Solomon's and Zoe, the rest of the teams had no safety measures prepared in advance for those water bodies around there. Now, these are very good avenues for drowning. Someone can come there with an intention of committing suicide. Yeah, so you can even see before we get the Indian Ocean on social media, people are putting rules. How are we going to access Indian Ocean? So we need to be very careful about these water bodies around and to make sure that we have appropriate protection from the patients that we'll be having around. I will also talk about, I didn't see any of these of the participants of the teams giving us a provision for lightning arresters. All these buildings, some of them will be so high, some of them are going high. I've told you the designs are wonderful. Some of them are going high. But now, the moment you have the highest building, that lightning would always be looking out for the what? The highest. So I didn't see any provision for that. Another one is about the fire safety. That would mean the detection equipment, the firefighting equipment. We can talk about the fire hydrant systems that should be all connected and indicated. The hydrant pumps that should be indicated where they are situated, where they are located within the facility. Are we going to have smoke detectors? Are we going to have beams that are detecting? Are we going to have compartmentalized, what are they called? These ones which splash water? Sprinklers. Are they going to be compartmentalized? How are we going to do it? Those are aspects we need to have. Then
one more. Just one last one, and then I'll come back to you for
the last one. The last one is we don't have vehicular and human traffic is not clear. In the road network, you see people walking within the roads that is used by vehicles. And the last one is waste management facilities, which apart from one person, I saw the placenta pit. That one is as well outdated. We cannot use that. Said we are the generation Z. So we cannot use that. Actually, in the practices, we would rather now look out for an incinerator or waste storage area to take out the. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really nice. You will clap. You will clap for my panelists. You will clap. Thank you for that insight. Dr. Isaac, as a voter, you are not a judge, but I'm sure you voted. I'm hoping you voted. Okay. From what you saw, the judges have said, the designs were beautiful, but what is that one aspect that you saw and said, in here, this one looks good. It looks good, emphasis on looks, but patients and doctors would suffer in here.
Thank you. Good morning, members. As introduced, I'm Isaac Bugembe, a medical doctor. Me, I've been overly impressed. As doctors, we don't inspect for faults, like he said. For us, we look for how to solve the issue. I was impressed by the level of creativity that I've seen. Most of the times in healthcare, we are trained, enter anywhere, use whatever you have in the room and manage. The most important thing, life should be saved. And honestly, the designs give an ambience of healing. So they make the life of the doctor who is going to be in the room very well. Then I also like the research. Most of the designs, I didn't see any bad design, so you don't expect a lot of this is your negative. The designs that I've seen show that someone took time and went and researched in various places. To me, all the designs are very good. Yes. Also, maybe on the issue of some of those key items that are important in the health center that were missing, most of them you have said, they're the ones that I really felt as you do this research, also engage the healthcare workers. You want to get, the research is good, but there are some key areas that should be in a medical hospital that I felt some of the participants did not go to get some of those departments and places. Like the mortuary. The mortuary is not a bad thing. A hospital is not a healing center. You can die, and when you die, you go to the what? To the mortuary. The incinerator is also okay. It's a good idea. There is a lot of waste that is produced that should be incinerated. So having some of those ideas for me is what I felt. And in my opinion, I'm not going to list all of them in the interest of time, but in my opinion, those can be improved dependent on what I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Now, Engineer Nicholas, it's one thing to be creative, yeah? Can be creative, innovative, and design floating roofs and things like that. But how far can we go with creativity versus wisdom? Because it's one thing, this is a hospital, yeah? Usability, like somebody has said, of the hospital. But how far can we go in terms of, how far can we go with creativity, especially in the healthcare space?
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. You bring out two key aspects. One is creativity, and how far can we go in being creative versus the aspect of wisdom. Now, when you talk about creativity, we are basically looking at imagination, what should be. So creativity focuses on vision. Okay, what is it about something? This is the best I want to see. But then, that best you want to see, wisdom means, is it visible? Okay? From an engineering point of view, yes, you're creating a floating roof. Perfect. but can that roof serve the purpose? Now that is wisdom. The roof serving the purpose is wisdom. You can create anything. You can be innovative. But as you create, as you innovate, how feasible are these innovations? That's the most important thing. You can have a very nice bold roof, but if that roof collapses on patients, then you lose the meaning of creativity. So creativity goes with wisdom. So from the engineering point of view, we are focusing on so many things. You're looking at the wind loads, you're respecting them. You're looking at the stability of this roof. You're looking at the safety. So we don't just be creative and design bold aspects, which bold aspects cannot be feasible, which bold aspects cannot serve the purpose. So as we design, as we bring out these bold and great innovations, how can these innovations save lives, not again destroy them? That is the point. Creativity must be followed with wisdom. That is the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. You are not clapping hard enough. I hope the students are taking note of what the panelists are sharing. Now, I come back to architect Annette. You saw the different designs, but we know what has been the status quo in terms of designing, especially hospitals. And now we're talking about it being a healing center. What are those aspects in the Ugandan culture that you think we can preserve as we plan for our state-of-the-art hospital, especially for With Love Uganda?
Thank you. One aspect I think that With Love Uganda can carry forward is people-centered design. We visited several hospitals in Uganda, and like my colleagues have said, they are mostly functional spaces. Of course, to a greater extent, there's the aesthetic aspect, there's a character of the space, and all the other considerations that are put into designing these spaces. And over time, from maybe the hospitals that we've had, Mulago is one of the examples of good design, so to say, and hospitals that have come later in time, taking up the innovation or the trends of the time. So the aspect, it's back on. The aspect of being emotive to sort of capture the emotion of the users, not only the patients, the doctors as well, and any person who sort of encounters this space. They don't have to be directly related to the hospital coming for a service. The aspect of time, in terms of, so we've designed this hospital, we are responding to the current need. What about, and looking at sustainability, we are looking at how will this hospital stand or support the future generations. What about the intragenerational, the current people within the same generation, how does it support us, as well as including the aspects of the future generations, that time aspect. So it all circles around people-centered design. I know all the groups had this in their concept. It was quite interesting, though the groups were working independently, their response or their concept was almost similar. You thought they were reading from the same. I think I'll keep going for the to keep time. So it's captured, yes, in the design, but with Love Uganda, we'll have to, you told me to think about aspects of the hospital that will be carried forward. There's research that was done by one of the groups talking about hospitals being places they don't relate to, they're not comfortable. People think they'll die by just being in a hospital space. And a lot of groups have sort of addressed that in the spaces, the interiors, the design of the interiors, in their master plans you could see, they've allowed nature to be part of the design. The sustainable drainage systems have included several aspects that improve the experience of patients and different users. So it's a huge task, and I'm glad that you're taking this novel route. I don't know if you can be called a trailblazer, but building a hospital that is not necessarily functional, but equally innovative, sustainable, and generations to come, people will begin to experience or to enjoy the values or the objectives you set out to achieve. Yeah, not for now and winning the competition as well, but that aspect of time dimension in terms of design of the hospitals, going away from what we have currently and maybe improving it and not doing away with it completely. So I return to the aspect of people-centered design. We are designing for the people we see. We interviewed, the doctors have talked about being consulted, but what about generations to come? That time aspect combined with the people-centered design.
Thank you. Thank you. You're not clapping. I will make you stand up. Okay. All right. So, as Enoch, as the sustainability expert, beyond solar panels, I think we saw some of those in the designs. We saw green roofs and things like that. What other aspects in terms of sustainability? Because also the sustainability space is evolving. What are those aspects that you think probably were in some of the designs, but probably that you can advise our participants here today to incorporate in their designs now and in the future?
Thank you very much. Okay, sustainability. Yeah, I think yeah, sorry about that. For sustainability, I think these teams have nailed it. When you look at, you are talking about panels, but you look at someone designing them on top of a parking space. Instead of having to lay them on a stretch of land, then you look at how they have conserved these ponds. Some for fish production, that was design Syndicate, I think, for fish production. That is sustainability. Most of these teams have nailed sustainability, how they have conserved those green belts around the area, how some of them are leaving space for expansion. They are now moving up. Sustainability is all about satisfying your needs now and not being able to stop the next generations from satisfying theirs. So surely these teams have done that very well.
Wow, participants, very well done, very well done. Now, Doctor, these are my last questions, last round. If you have a question, just two. My MCs, please be on the lookout for just two questions from the audience. Now, Doctor, as the user, you are a user of what we are building, right? What is that one thing that you really, really feel a hospital should never, ever miss having? Leave alone the words and things like that. But there's that one thing that probably would make your life easier as a doctor. Yes, you're told go and make use of the space that you have. But that one thing that really we can incorporate, especially in our state-of-the-art hospital, that would make your life easier as a doctor, as a healthcare provider, probably even as for the patients as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our moderator. The designs were top-notch. The designs were beautiful. Yeah. Thank you. The designs were top-notch. The designs were beautiful. There is no single design I've seen, and I feel I would suffer in that design, at least. But some of the things that I feel were missing are the things I talked about previously. It was that after doing all this research, there are some key usables in terms of departments of a hospital that were left out. And like I said, as we move, after picking our best design, we surely will incorporate them. The fire assembly point, fire management, lightening, waste management, a mortuary, incinerator. There were some of those things. You can't have a hospital with these ones when they are what? When they are not there. But the designs I saw, we can have them incorporated. Thank you.
Okay, so last round, all of you, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak to our participants. I'm not as loud as I often am. Okay. All right, I'm going to try and strain my voice. So each panelist here, talk to our participants today. If you were to mentor them, if you are sitting, actually you're sitting in this seat as a mentor, what would you tell them in terms of design? Most of them are architects, many of them are engineers, many of them are students that are designing for the future. What would you each tell them in terms of that? You can speak in your disciplines of engineering, health, sustainability. I don't know if you can get louder.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm not audible enough. Thank you. What I can speak to our designers who have actually done very tremendous job. Whatever they have done cannot be taken for granted. You see people who have researched, people who have taken time to understand their science. One thing actually I want to mention that I really appreciate is the participants' understanding of our site condition. To me, that spoke so much to me. Whoever came here to present, you see that they got a deeper understanding of our site. Our site is complex in its own way. It has serious hydrological aspects that someone needs to be keen. But you see, whoever came here, they are speaking about preserving some of those aspects. They are speaking about using those aspects to contribute to the healing. Okay? To me, that was tremendous. Now, what I may say to our designers is I think actually the norm has been people have been designing buildings, if I may say. But now if we can have that mindset shift from designing buildings to systems. Systems function. If it is a hospital, you're not just putting up, creating spaces where doctors can sit and dispense medicine. Okay? That is that wouldn't be the essence of design. So if we have that shift into system, a hospital is an ecosystem. Okay? It's an ecosystem, there are people, there is movement, there are so many things. So how can we design a system, that allows, there is normal flow, okay? There is normal flow, and then there is, you can say there is something, there is visibility. How is the line of sight? If a nurse is sitting here, how far, how visible can she view the environment? Everything is fine here. Okay? That will speak to their response time. Reduction of response time in request of an emergency. So, thinking in terms of systems, I not just creating spaces where people come and sit and start medicine that give them. I think systems, even see, the signal is coming out. Things to systems. Then finally, people, designers, designing not just for the client, but for the user. Our participants here, all of us can appreciate that they have really captured that. Everybody is looking at how this hospital is going to serve the person sleeping on the bed. They are not, all the people here, we're not so much looking at with love Uganda. Okay? They are looking at how their design is going to serve the end user. How their design is going to foster healing for the person sleeping on the bed. To me, that is the essence of design. And having that shift, I think, will change everything. With this, you see that now the shift is right here. Okay? We are not saying we shall have that shift. Our designers here have demonstrated the kind of shift we can have as far as science. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll stand because my voice is not that. Like I said, me personally, as a medical doctor, quite a good, we are trained, like I said, give me a room and give me a patient. Then you get healing. But where medicine is shifting nowadays, even the patient's opinion, and what I have seen personally, is that you really factor, and that's the future of medicine. What does the patient want? It will decide where they will choose to go. How can you make the patient feel better on top of treating their disease? So honestly, what you have demonstrated, all of you, is the future of medicine. And as a person, as a doctor, I'm really impressed. Now, to those who, all those who are, first of all, those who are the 200 who are shortlisted, were also winners. Because they were among the few who were winners. Thank you. Like I said, just stand. Okay, let me hold both. So that whichever works, we listen. Like I said, even to be among the 200 who are shortlisted, you were what? A winner. That's the first level of winning. The second level of winning is being among the team that what? That defended today. You are also a winner. But all of you can't take the ultimate prize. There will always be one to take the ultimate prize. You who hasn't taken, you who has taken, congratulations, whoever you will be. You who hasn't taken, you are also a winner. The only difference is you just haven't taken the ultimate prize. So don't lose hope. Continue your designs.
After all the doctors have said, very much.
Thank you very much. One thing I would like to advise the teams, still it is related to my profession. You are very unlucky. You are designing in the age the doctor has talked about, future medicine. You are designing within that area, and you are unfortunate now. Emphasis on environment, health, and safety of people is so high these days, and you are designing within this era. So you must make sure that you incorporate environment, health, and safety features in your designs if you want to excel. Assuming this was a contract awarding panel, and all of you came without those things, it would take you out right away. Yeah, so you have to make sure, and we still say in our profession that all the faults that we get in future in the usage of a building, in all that, it all starts from the design stage. So you must make sure that you have designed properly and incorporated all those aspects at the beginning. Then there the sky will no longer be the limit. You will be up. By the way, according to me, your designs can even compete on the international scene. No doubt about that. Yeah, so one experience I wouldn't want to happen to you, some of you are going to become contractors. In my career in Rwanda, I made a contractor break down a building almost equivalent to like $200,000 just because the design was what? Bad. It was a way bridge, and then he placed the way bridge too close to where the trucks are supposed to pass. Because in the design it was not there, and they had to suffer that loss. So incorporate this in your designs, you will get where you want to be. Thank you very much.
Stand as well. Thank you. I've been given an opportunity to talk to the teams. First of all, the design process can be lengthy. It evolves over time, and those in school can tell that it takes a long while to achieve good design, and it's very commendable what the team has done in such a short time, coming up with impressive designs, very comprehensive, with research, with precedent studies, and responding to all the aspects that the brief called for, as well as incorporating different considerations, in particular sustainability considerations. We've all been listening to different presentations, giving us different examples of designs with a sustainability aspect to them. But what I wanted to add to that was making the sustainability considerations just, meaning that they are, when we design, we are designing for all in an equitable manner, and working within the planet, the limits of the environment that we have, that we've been blessed with. I know it's good to dream up impressive designs, but then we are in the middle of a climate emergency. So how do we then design knowing all those limitations that we have? It's an aspect I would like to leave with you. I know you consider it, but then maybe to make it overarching in your design processes. And another aspect I wanted to talk about, this whole process for me, I was in the background, really breaks the barriers that we usually see in design. and also in the professional world. It's easy to say that design is ring-fenced for architects, but then this competition has showed us that collaboration is key and that different professions are capable in their own way to come up with designs. We had teams that were purely engineering. Of course, we have access to different resources, there's research, there's consultation, but what this means for us as students, as professionals, as different people working towards a common goal is that collaboration is key. With Love Uganda is showing this as an example, showing this to us as an example. I hope this doesn't end with this competition. I hope it's carried forward. For the teams that are not here, maybe are not going to take the prize, this should, not prize shouldn't deter you. I hope within this time you can network and sort of come up with bigger teams, or I don't know. There's a lot you can learn from one another. The other thing I wanted to share with you was the aspect of competition is one of the ways we get to commission buildings as architects, but the current practice is to, like you said, get an architect and they follow through with your design and guide you along the way. I would like to encourage these, especially the people who are already working. Competitions are good. It's good to team up with your competitors. I know our processes, the government processes, could be a little different, but then we could be the change we want to see in terms of collaborating and sort of breaking those barriers. Then lastly, like my colleagues mentioned, there was a clear brief to this project. There was a given site and a lot of information shared. But then I'd like to applaud all the teams. They went beyond the information shared and they came up with a lot of innovative designs, very impressive, very comprehensive in a short period of time. One aspect that bothered me, or so to say, that I was looking for was capturing the lived experience. Lived experience for the doctors. I don't know if the teams had an opportunity to interact with people from the healthcare sector. You did? Oh, sorry, maybe. Yeah, and the aspect, interacting with the lived, understanding the lived experience of the people in that area. Because design is not limited to the red line of the plot that you're designing. It can be strategic, it can be high level. Did you consider everything to that extent? So do not limit yourself within what you've been provided. I would like to encourage you to keep up the practice of going beyond the brief, so to say. And I'm really honored to have seen such wonderful work. I hope I can get to interact with the teams beyond this point. These panels are really short, so we don't get to share as much, but I'm really grateful, and all I can say is congratulations. Yes.
Thank you so much, my great panelists. I hope you have enjoyed the conversation. I hope you have enjoyed the conversation. I hope you've taken notes. But for me, my biggest takeaway is that we have the cream of the cream in the room. We had the cream of the cream in this competition, and I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be part of this vision. 2 questions from the audience. If you have a question, raise. Leader Matthias, you want to ask a question? Okay.
Matthias and Benson.
And Benson, okay.
Thank you very much, Katsime Matthias. I'm a proud platinum member. My question is, you know, as a hospital, we know there is God intervention. Above all treatment or healing, there is God intervention. So my question was to help the audience and the membership at large. What is the capacity of the hospital by the design? So I didn't hear it from any of the architectural designers referencing on what is the capacity on which they are designing, and then maybe the recommendation for further expansion. Thank you.
Matthias, is that question directed to my panelists or to the participants? Please ask my panelists.
Okay, Benson.
But we shall answer your question, don't worry.
Yes. Good afternoon, members. My name is Ojur Benson. I do security. I'm a security expert. And I work with the MTN Uganda. I'm a platinum member here. I have a concern. In fact, I had two concerns. One has been raised by a panelist about the assembly points that is sorted. And now the next concern is I've watched and I've also read through our competitors' architectural plans, and I did not see any bit of security. If what we should know is hospitals are one of the breeding places for crimes. And so how do we then have hospital of that level without one, a police station? We have Mulago, for example, as one of the busiest police stations in the country. And that shows you what patients can do. Because some people pretend to be patients and they are not. I've also had one of the panelists talking about sustainability and working underneath. And so if we do not have some of the surveillance systems incorporated in our plans, what happens if one person drives a bomb and enters under? Be it that bomb may not kill somebody directly, but we may have some patients dying of shock. And so what are you planning to have in those plans about security? Thank you.
Thank you, Benson. Back to you.
Two questions. You want to move to
Thank you very much. What should I handle sustainability alone or even security? Yeah, what you're talking about is very, very important. I think in the design, you should have a security station incorporated, not a police station. A police station is so enormous. It would even scare away the patient. So that security aspect should be covered. And instead, you could equip the security personnel, have them trained, and they are able to handle any crime stars around the hospital, and then forward those culprits to police. But otherwise, if you place it there, it is going to become, it will destroy the sustainability. You know the relationship we have with police now. It is not so good. And maybe in Milago there are very many bad elements that need to be handled right there. But the other side, I think it can be a trained security team equipped to transfer any person they apprehend. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, I'd just like to add something. There was most of the teams that submitted, they designed for security, though they did not say there's a police post. The design for security was in the character of the buildings, in the built form, the approach, you notice there was a series of courtyards, even within those who were able to show us to the detail of the floor plans, you could see how access has been designed for. So if you're in a consulting room, so to say, it's not easy for you to run off in terms of how people are using the spaces. So there's an element, an aspect of security in design, though it's not, it's how should I say, it's, yeah, it's abstract. Yeah, so I applaud the teams for doing that. Seeing that the site is sort of out of town, secluded, they had most of the sites, most of the site plans, you could see they had like a ring road around. Maybe the buildings were set back. There were several elements. They might not have presented it here, but us as judges, we had to look beyond the narrative and the things that they had showed to see how they align with such design principles. So I believe to a certain extent that was catered for in design. Maybe now the teams need to own it and say that they designed for security.
Thank you. Clap, please. Clap, please. Thank you. You want to talk about somebody asked about the capacity.
Thank you very much. The original design that I presented to you at the beginning, I don't know some of you, if you have no memory issue, remember, we presented 1,000. Our plan was to have a capacity of an international standard, and the bed capacity was 1,230 beds. And I remember I distributed them very well. That in medicine, there will be 150, surgery 150, obstetrics 150, pediatrics 200. The list is big. But in total, the overall goal was 1,230 bed capacity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to my panelists. Please give them a hand. I hope you have learned a lot. Please stand up. I want them to clap for you again. Thank you so much. You can take your seats. So as we conclude the panel discussion, I just wanted to talk about briefly the voting that I didn't mention it earlier. So the vote was 100%. It was divided into 3. So the judges had 70% of the 100% vote. Members had 20%, those who voted. I hope every member in this room voted. And the vision bearer had 10% contributing to the final vote. Okay? So whatever you're seeing on the members platform may not, you don't think that it is the final. You might be surprised today. But that is how the vote was divided. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to us.
A big round of applause. Are we okay? We are coming to the tail end of this conversation. And I want to thank all of you for the patience. I want to thank all of you for being very disciplined and quiet and going through the whole conversation. I would like to recognize Lunda Construction. Mr. Robert Macheri, where are you? Yes, right behind there. Please give me a comment. Are you able to pull off something here? Let's just see what your thoughts are. He is doing our geotech, our hydrogeological processes, and let's see what your thoughts are in just 1 minute.
Thank you so much. My thought is positive, though with some negative in it. Most of the designs, of course, have tried to account for the technicalities of geotech, hydrology, and hydrogeological. And these designs are not final. They're further going to be detailed. And my advice would be that our reports are available for you to do further analysis to give us the best
Though also my concern was I didn't see a facility in the design for the life-saving facility like an oxygen plant. Hope that one could be taken into account. And then also on the side of renewable energy, of course, we have the hydropower, well thought about, and these other panels. But maybe we could also go ahead and think about wind energy. Could we have a facility for wind facility of wind infrastructure? This is creativity. We want to have a hospital that is so unique, the only hospital in the country with a wind energy facility. Remember, also considering the community. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think we have so many experts, and if you are announced as the winner, I hope you have been taking notes for the additions and the things we need to incorporate to make this holistic. Remember, this is a members project, so members' concerns must be put into consideration. Okay, I would like to recognize our hospital project team members, the committee. Where are you? Kindly stand up for recognition. We give you a big a round of applause if you're here. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good work. I would like also to recognize the Pearl Life Committee. The Pearl Life Committee, are we here? As well? Okay, thank you very much. If you are a member, you know what I'm talking about, isn't it? We want to go through the Pearl Life right now. Okay, I would like to invite our vision bearer, and of course, you're going to give him a standing ovation. We are an organization of honor. If you want to grow in life, you must admit that honor is paramount. And so we honor you, Alex. Would like to invite you to come have a conversation with us. You brought us here in the room as a vision bearer, and would like to hear your remarks as we come to the tail end of the conversation. Remember, after this, we have the award ceremony. Thank you very much, and you can take your seats.
Thank you very much, my dear sister Adele. A good evening, good still morning, good afternoon. It is a beautiful day to achieve such a great milestone. Yeah. Our MC has done a very good job at introducing us. Supposed to introduce the advisory board was introduced, but at least the members that sit on the different committees, yeah. But at least they've been recognized. They are doing incredible. These are experts. They give of their time and resources, yeah. And it's amazing to see the work that we're able to do, yeah. So I'll go straight. Don't worry, after I'm the last speaker, and I'll use only less than 17 minutes, and then we will award, yes. But Alpha, please stand up. Arch Alpha. I did see you. Arch Alpha, let's give him a hand of applause. So Arch Alpha sits on the hospital project committee. He's an architect, a very senior one actually, and he has been overseeing the entire process. The entire process. So after today, starting tomorrow, the hospital project committee, you saw Mr. Fauzi, he's a project manager. Now, after tomorrow, Alpha, the engineer, project manager, and the rest of the members, they have a lot of work. So Arch Alpha and the engineer will start refining the best that we are going to award. Yes, so they have a lot of work. And can you imagine all that is pro bono? So if you're not in With Love Uganda, I don't know where you will belong in the next 2 years. So finally, so going to my less than 17 minutes of speaking, very many people have been asking me, along the way, I've met so many members. Like you've heard, we're over 2,600, yeah? Growing every day. So I meet different members and we interact for the first time. And many people ask me, where do you get the motivation, the consistency, the zeal to keep going? Because remember, With Love Uganda was conceptualized in 2017. I got the idea in 2017. We launched in 2018, yes? So people have been asking me, where, how do you keep up the zeal? I gave a hint in my in my greeting, my independence greeting last month, when I said that I am taken aback by the 15th century European who sailed and traveled all the way from Europe, yeah, with no technology, whatever, there was nothing, and they came and they traversed around the world. Now, today I have like 2 minutes to just give you, then was just a hint, a tip of an iceberg. Now I want to reveal a little bit more on what I meant by that, so that once you leave this room today, you realize that it is upon you, me and you, the members, that are supposed to define today, tomorrow, so that when we're looking in the face and in the eyes of the next generation, the children that we are looking at, our grandchildren, we have a better story to tell, yeah? So I'll go straight into it. This is a picture, like I said, these are centuries ago. This is in the 1400s. These Europeans, what happened was they had what they call the Black Death, a bubonic plague that hit them in the 1300s. Yes? These people were reduced to over half of their population. They were very poor. You know, when you say very poor, you try to imagine the poorest people you can think about, yeah? So they worked hard, but they started thinking outside the box. There was no technology whatsoever. There was no TikTok, there was no WhatsApp, there was no mobile phone. But they started imagining what is beyond the sea. What is beyond this water that we see every day? What happens at the end of, you know, when you're standing on the seashore, you only see a line of water at the end. You don't know what happens. These guys said we are determined to go and see. Curiosity. But also, the guys who did that were merchants. Yeah? They wanted better in life. They wanted better. They wanted to see better out of life. So they were determined. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is no harder journey to take than leaving your loved ones. Imagine kissing your children, your wife, your husband, and you're saying, you know what? We are going at the end. We don't know what we are going to find there. They didn't know about turbulences. They didn't know about the strong winds. They didn't know about typhoons, those hurricanes you hear about. They didn't know how long it was going to take them to reach the next dry land. Am I making sense? But they were determined. They said, let us go and see what happens. There were voyages. Those who have traveled to Mombasa, and I know many of you have, there are even some monuments of these voyages. Those ships are still there. Yes? So these guys were determined and said, let us go. I can assure you, in the journey, half of them turned back. Because you cannot know how many baskets of food I should prepare for. Am I making sense? You cannot know, should I pack food for 10 days? Should I pack food for 6 months? You don't know. Will I ship, when I reach in the middle, will I be able to throw a hook and catch fish and eat and cook? Is it even safe to cook on the boat? Look at the boats that they had. Long story, they were determined. I can assure you, many died on the way. Many died on the way. Because some fell sick. They didn't know how cold or how warm it would be on that sea. You imagine you can fly from here to the UK and use hours. By ship, me who is an importer, to bring things from Japan, which is not far, it takes us weeks. And these are now faster machines. These are engines that have been developed in the day. Now, these guys were using this technology, but they were determined. Fast forward, they came. Of course, when they reach here, they didn't know. Of course, now their loved ones are also waiting. These people who went, it is now 8 months. Bafa, Balamu, did they tebadda? What happened? You know, but maybe after, I'm just now imagining, after a number of years, they saw them coming back with gold, with diamonds, with wealth from Africa and around the Americas and where they traversed. It took them a certain level of thinking and determination. Am I making sense? Now, fast forward, like I said, fast forward 1600 years later, it breaks my heart to see that us, the Africans, the 21st century African, with all the comfort and technology that we have, we cannot commit. By the way, With Love Uganda is here to redefine things. We are here to redefine things. So, 21st century, it breaks my heart to see that as the Africans, we are still poor. Can you imagine people still make a living because they come and take pictures of poor Africa? Can you imagine that? Me, I was very happy when Trump cut aid to Africa. I was very happy. Either we die or we wake up and do something about it. And let's not blame the government. Let's not blame our parents. It's you and I, me and you who is in this room today. And With Love Uganda has redefined it with the simplest amount, just 10,000 shillings. We can do these things. So, fast forward, I can assure you, we all know the wealth that Europe and the Americas are enjoying right now is on the backbones of these guys. Up to today, the wealth they took from Africa. But I will give you comfort that what they took from us is not even a quarter of a quarter of a quarter of a quarter. We have wealth. That's why I don't blame them. If anything, they inspire me because they took that risk. In fact, we should award them. Instead of crying, oh, we should award them and thank them for opening our eyes. Yes? I forgot to show you an image here, but you can imagine we've just discovered oil. You've heard how our president is very proud about the gold and all these things. Now we're about to claim the Indian Ocean. I'm joking. Yeah? But but the picture I am trying to bring home is, ladies and gentlemen, our time is now. That is why With Love Uganda is here. We are not here to blame. For us, we are taking up responsibility. That is what keeps me going. What motivates me even further is to show you how these guys built. This is in the 1900s. The people who came to Africa and took just a little gold, just a little things, but see what they built. And those who have traveled, and I know many of you here have traveled, this is a picture of New York. Many of you, if you go there, these buildings are still there. This wealth was created then. These buildings are still there. They're only beautifying them on top and inside. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the wealth that these guys created is still going for their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. Why can't we do it as With Love Uganda? Why can't we do it as me and you, using the 10,000 shillings? Yeah? Now, what motivates me further is Dubai. We all know Dubai and China. Qatar, these are the most recent economies that have come up. Yeah? This is Dubai in 1990. The quick mathematicians will tell you 2025 minus 1990 is 35 years. It means these guys have built Dubai, almost an artificial country, in less than 30 years. Why can't we do it? I want to challenge anyone here to tell me why. Yeah? So this is what keeps me going, and I tell you the fire is just beginning. I am proud. I am more than proud because now we are over 2,000 people and the fire has caught in each and every one of them. That's why these people commit the way they commit. I've told you they're experts. If Fauzi told you what he does, this is a very serious season for him, for the position that he holds. But he's here today. He was here from 7 in the morning. So I am happy to see that now it's not just me, but it's now us. I want to encourage you to keep the fire going. Look at Dubai now. This is actually less than 20 years. Look at Dubai. Look at Dubai maybe like 2-3 years ago. They've built this in 35 years. 35 years. It means that us, we can even do it in 10 years. Why can't we? Because the technology is available, the skill is available, the manpower is available, we have the hard work. What don't we have the money? If each of us put that 10,000 together, that 10 billion a month, can't we do these things? Now, look at Dubai. That is Burj Khalifa for those who know. It costs them billions of money. And they are proud. Yeah? They are proud. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's no more exciting day for me as the vision bearer than today. Why Why? Is because this milestone has confirmed to me in my spirit what I've always believed in. I've always believed in us, you and I, that we can do it. I think you've all seen the teams that have presented here. I looked at the judges' score. It was so difficult to choose. You find 78.2. This one has 77 point something. It was so difficult. Why? Because the guys have done impressive work. I like what Judge Enoch said, that it is international, and that was the intention. We need to start doing things that we can be proud of. That we can be proud when you stand and go and you go to Dubai, they say, hey, this is a Ugandan. Even though you're not in Uganda, because you have many members now in South Sudan, in Burundi, in Rwanda, in Kenya, we have so many members. But where Ugandan, they say, I'm an African and I'm a member of With Love Uganda, and people look at you differently. Using the example of the Emiratis, we all know Dubai. If I showed you pictures of how these guys lived 35 years ago, you will cry. Those who have traveled there, you know how hot, how harsh. It's a desert. It is terrible. But these guys, now, when an Emirati walks here, everyone wants to know who he is. Am I lying? Why can't we do it? Can't we do it? Can't we do it? I want to hear that voice. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just wrote a small speech. Let me just read it for you. But I really loved the architecture. These guys, the young people, the people in this room, inspired my heart. I felt like, yes, this is what I've always believed that we can, because it breaks my heart to go to drive around town and you see big projects are being done by a Chinese company, being done by Moiti and Jill from Portugal. It breaks my heart. So who is going to take care of us? Who is going to give us the experience to get to that level? So let's not blame the government. Let's not blame anyone. Blame yourself. That's why With Love Uganda is here, to create platforms for us. After today, anyone who has been watching either in this room or is watching in the diaspora or is watching live, after they've seen these designs today, tell me that they will not look for these people. You know why? Because the opportunities they've been having are someone comes and says, Nzimbira yoka 3-bedroom nkwe mitwala abiri. This guy has gone to university, or he's a student, or he has built experience, but the only opportunity he has is 1 million, 1.2, or 3 million. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So it is time for us to create a platform, and that's what With Love Uganda is doing, to give talent, to give an opportunity to our talented people, because we are talented, gifted, and anointed, and highly blessed by God. Highly blessed by God, by the way. In fact, Africa, we are spoiled children. Yes, that's why we are the way we are. But it's time to shake up things a bit. Just a little bit, by the way. Because all it takes is 10,000 a month, commitment, and talking to one person a month. Imagine we are now 2,000 members. If each of us per month just brought one person on board, just one, do you know that would double the number to 4,000? Do you know we can hit 1 million in less than 6 months? Do you know that? We just need to shake ourselves just a little and get out of our comfort zone. Because once we do this thing, wait for this hospital. We are starting next year, like it or not. Whether we have 5 million, 100 million, 50 million on the account, we are starting. And that hospital is going to look as beautiful as the winner today, and we shall incorporate a few other ideas. I can assure you. And tell me that it is not Ugandans or Africans who have done it. From there, people are going to start picking confidence. Even the government will start giving us big projects. I tell people that I am motivated because in the next 10 years, I want to create 1 million billionaires. Even though I don't get them in 10 years, I want to get to a level where I have at least 100 billionaires in With Love Uganda. At least 100. Do you know why? Do you know why? I want to stand when the government puts up and says we want to build a refinery in where? In Hoima. I want With Love Uganda. We go to the government and say no. How much do you need? Just $100 million. That is peanuts. I can call 100 members to each bring just $1 million. Just one like this. Isn't that $100 million? Can't we build a refinery? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to believe in ourselves. Let's stop the joking. Let's stop the small things, and let us pick ourselves and face the journey. We are the voyagers now of today. The Europeans who started in 1500, we are that person now. So that in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, we are proud of what we've been able to build and create. Yes? So finally, before my speech is just, I think, 2-pager. Just, I tried to be a bit more organized. Yes, it's part of the speech. Yeah, but for the hospital, by the way, next year, just to give you comfort, I mentioned it when I was addressing members and showing them how to vote. It is so easy. Don't look at these designs and worry. Our total budget for the hospital is 280 billion. We can pull it. If we reach 1 million members, we can build it in 2 years. However, I said, come January, yes, which is just a month from now. We are going into December, then the next month, yes? I want to mobilize 1,000 members. We are now 2,600 as of close, 600 something as of close of business yesterday. Out of those, if I can get 1,000 of us, yeah, to say whatever I have on my account, I'm going to make sure between January and June, when we are groundbreaking, I've put on my account 2 million shillings. Very little money for everyone here in this room. Even though you say I'm going to pay, I'm going to make sure 150K, whatever you can. But make sure by June, we have, you have 2 million on your account. In fact, some members called me after the speech and said, but RVB now we need the 2 June. Why don't we do for April? And one of them committed and said, me January, once you start, I'm putting all the 2 million on the account. You can imagine. But if we are able to do that, 1,000 of us, to make sure we have 2 million on our account by June, that is 2 billion shillings. 2 billion. 2 billion, you think we cannot start here? We shall start. Whoever joins us along the way will find us. But we are going to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by thanking each one of you who has walked this journey with us, our partners like MTN, Airtel, Uganda, for providing us with the 10K payment platform since 2018. The media for telling our story, the judges for giving of their time and wisdom, and most especially our participants who have proven that innovation is alive and thriving in this nation. To our WLU members, the ones I love so much, every WLU member is special to me. I call you my bosses. Those, by the way, now I'm proud. Anyone who tries to tell me that, hey, yes, we've been through that history. We allow, our hands have been burnt, but we can't keep crying. Baganda se bofiro sura kumalalo. Hey, no, let's be serious. That's why, by the way, I personally came up with the refund policy. I said, if you've been a member for 2 years, at most you have 240,000. We give you back your money. It's you who is losing. You're the one who loses. Am I communicating? So, yes. So to our members, who I love so much, and I salute each and every one of you, I thank you. The heart of this journey that you, thank you for your faith, your 10K contributions, this is to the members, and your unwavering belief that together we can build something extraordinary. When we first spoke about building a hospital with just 10K, many thought it was too ambitious, too unconventional, and maybe even too idealistic. But as history has shown, it is only the dreamers who dare to believe in the impossible that move nations forward. That is you and I. This competition was never just about architecture. It was about reigniting belief in the power of Ugandans to create, to lead, and to transform our communities from within. The WLU Hospital Design Competition was designed to merge creativity, innovation, and purpose, and purposefully spend our 10K wisely. Because it's our 10K that is going to award the winners now, right? You can imagine just that mutwalo that you can even kick around. Some of us, I've seen some of our advisory board members, I won't mention names. We go and we park and the guy tips 20K. Saying, but advisory board member. Yeah. So to our panel of judges. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. Sorry. I don't want you to miss. Yeah. Yes, so as we close this chapter. Yeah, for doing. Okay. To our panel of judges, your professionalism, expertise, and feedback have elevated this competition beyond our expectations. You have reminded us that guidance is the bridge between raw talent and excellence. We are truly grateful to your time and attention to ensure that we get the best of the best. As we close this chapter today, another one begins. From these designs, our hospital will rise. This hospital is a symbol of what we have, of what can happen when people unite around one common goal and consistency to see it through. But let me say this clearly. This hospital will not be built by WLU alone. It will be built by Uganda. When I say Uganda, I mean you and I and the rest of our African brothers and sisters. Brick by brick, contribution by contribution, and idea by idea until the dream becomes a living and breathing reality. And when that day comes, we will all look back and say we did this together. To our partners, government and private, continue working with us. We urge you to grant an opportunity to engage with your staff to join this journey so that they are not left behind. With that, I was trying to say that, remember in Read Love Uganda, we only give opportunity strictly to members. This was a competition, it was different. Yeah? So these companies that are going to do take a lot of our money to do roofings, cement, before we give you the contract, call us to talk to your staff. Yes. To join the what? To join the 10K project. For us, we are using the Israeli model. An Israeli, before their money leaves their pocket, it rotates 18 times within the Israeli community. 18 times. Do you know what that means? Before he buys a tire and he doesn't know someone who is dealing in tires, he asks in the community, "Bana, do we have an Israeli who deals in tires?" Until they say there's none. That's how they've managed to build wealth. That's how you build wealth. Am I making sense? So, and me, I'm very serious, by the way. I've taken it a notch higher. I can even drive my car from Bukoto to Ntinda because I know in Ntinda there's a member with mobile money agent. Yes. And I will drive and I go and put my money there. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be, ladies and gentlemen. So, to our participants, don't stop here. Continue dreaming, innovating, and leading wherever you go. Uganda needs minds like yours, fearless and visionary. To our beloved members, let this competition remind you why you joined WLU. Because we believe that we can do great things when we are united, consistent, and disciplined. That's all it takes. Closing, let me leave you with this thought. No more people wait for opportunities. I want you to hear as I end. No more people wait for what? But mad dreamers is me and you who have believed in this 10K. You're also a mad dreamer. Yes? But mad dreamers, the kind who believe, persist, and act, create the opportunities. Tell me that our architects who are going to live here with $10,000, $3,000, and $2,000, they're not going to live changed people. Edgar, I love what Edgar said, our MC. He said, even though you tell me to walk on my knees from here to town for $10,000. So we are creating opportunities for ourselves. You may not see it now, but who do you think is going to work in this hospital? This hospital is going to employ thousands. Who do you think is going to work there? So, that is my last statement I want to leave to you. So to everyone here today, keep being mad enough to believe, mad enough to build, mad enough to love our country deeply enough to do something about it. Don't complain about the potholes. Think about with Love Uganda. You know, people don't understand how governments work. In a capitalist economy like ours, it is us, the individuals, the companies that drive development. Because when you put a hospital in Zirowe, we can tell government we need a tarmac to what? Don't you think government would do that? You think they don't want that? So the responsibility is mine and yours. When you hit a pothole, tell yourself, how do I bring a new member tomorrow? Yes. Yes. Am I making sense? So, love your country deeply enough to do something about it. Thank you all. Congratulations to every participant, every judge, every partner, and every member who has made this moment possible. Together, we are unlocking our potential. Thank you so much, members.
Where is the big hand clap? Where is it? Mad dreamers do what? Mad dreamers do what? Are you a mad dreamer? Can I see your hand up if you're a mad dreamer? You see, people can call you mad today, and tomorrow when you show up, they say, yes, sir. Because at the beginning, they never believed in your dream. And then later on, things change, and they are turning and saying, how are you, sir? Please come and sit in front, just because you chose to be mad. When we were talking about having with Love Uganda in your blood, when Jocelyn reached out to come and I serve here, I said yes immediately. Then I went back to my calendar. I had 2 bookings. One is happening right now in Gulu, Boma Grounds, about 500 people. Another one is happening in Busika. And I said, okay, what do I do? That is money that can take my son to school for 2 terms. But I'm a mad dreamer, so I'm here. I made a decision to be here. And I have no single regret whatsoever that I get to serve at With Love Uganda. I do it with a heart and with a passion. We are going into the exciting parts where we get to award our winners. I wish we had like drum rolls or some anxiety kind of music to help us create this moment and environment so that we get to award our winner. Who has won? Let me hear random names. Who do you think has won? I hear you. I hear you. Where are our participants? Where are our presenters? Okay, good to see you all. So we are getting to that moment. As you get your bottle of water, you are coming to the very, very tail end of this conversation. We are going to start the award ceremony. And this is how it's going to go. We're going to award the 10th, the 9th, and the 8th person. I will call Mr. Derek Opio to come up front to be awarding the 10th, 9th, and 8th person. And then later on, we'll be able to invite the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th person. Everyone who participated is a winner in their own right. Everyone who participated is a winner in their own right. I see some agitation. What's happening? Eyitaaka, and what's happening? I see some tension. $10,000 at stake. 37 million to take home. On the instant. Are we ready? Are we okay? I need some energy in the room. Are we fine? Amazing. Let's go. Okay, thank you, DJ. I'm going to call the 10th person. And the person, I'm going to call them winners. I'm going to call them number 10. Which one? The 10th winner. I like this audience. Amazing. Our 10th winner, ladies and gentlemen. Team Burundi. Team Burundi, please come to the front to get your certification for your participation. Our 9th, let's award Team Burundi. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the amazing designs. Let's give them a round of applause as they come in. Team Burundi, kindly pose for a picture as well with our advisory board member. Thank you for your participation. Please take a picture with our advisory board members. We want to put this in memory. This is a moment to remember. Remember that you have been exposed to the world and there are opportunities for all the With Love members. We see you, we know you. If I have something, I'm not going anywhere. I'm choosing a team within the family. Thank you very much, Team Burundi. Team, are we done, camera team? Thank you very much, Team Burundi. A round of applause as they walk off. Our 9th winner. Are we ready? Solomon Temple. Thank you very much for participating. This is the 9th winner, and we're here to make it exciting and memorable for the team. Thank you, the students. Guys, these are the students that did a remarkable job for participating and for engaging. Please remember, this is the beginning of excellency. Well done. Take a picture moment with our board advisory member, Mr. Derek Opia. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Our 8th winner. It sounds so interesting. Our 8th winner, ladies and gentlemen, Roma Engineering. A big round of applause, Roma Engineering, for participating in a With Love Uganda project. And the truth is, if you're not a member yet, now you know what you need to be. You need to join the family. Roma Engineering, take your certifications. Enjoy the moment because it's exciting. We will always remember you as With Love Uganda. Take a picture moment with our advisory board member and enjoy the moment. Thank you, the camera team. Thank you for this moment. You will be in our archives forever for taking part in this competition. A big round of applause for our 10th, 9th, and 8th winners. And thank you, Mr. Derek Opir. Okay, are we still together? Are we still okay? Some big hand clap like this. A big one again. Amazing, let's go. Our 7th, 6th, and 5th, and 4th winner will be awarded by our advisory board member, Mr. David Emitu. Kindly get to the front. Okay. I like the energy. You're giving me some energy as well. Okay. Our 7th winner, ladies and gentlemen, Encapture. Encapture, please walk and get your recognition. This is a moment. Thank you very much, Encapture, for your presentation. Thank you for making it memorable. I remember the beautiful designs. Let the music be slightly low, the bed. Thank you very much. I know that we have so many certificates. Do we have the right certificates for Team Encapture? We don't see any for the team. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for making it exciting and memorable. Thank you for your amazing participation, Team Encapture, at number 7. The truth is, you always be a part of us in With Love Uganda. We will always honor you, and you will be in our memories. Just take a picture, and then we will get to the right certifications for that. Thank you very much. Take a picture with the board advisory member, we will always celebrate you. Thank you, Team Encapture. Our sixth winner, ladies and gentlemen, Zoe. Team Zoe, our sixth member. Team Zoe. I loved something about this team. They were very, very clear on what their deliverables would look like. And the presenter was very passionate about the environment. Help me not to compete with the music. Just keep it low a bit. Thank you very much. Team Zoe, I will never forget you, that's the truth. You have captured my memory for some reason. So congratulations. Our fifth winner. Are we ready for this one? I see them, they are thinking, I hope it's not me. I hope it's not me. Design Syndicates. Design Syndicates. Our fifth winner. Please walk and get your reward. Remember all the considerations that were put into position. They are critical for all of us. Please take center stage and get recognized by our advisory board member, Mr. David Emitu. And these are young generation people. You can imagine what's ahead of them in the near future. Well done and big congratulations. Big congratulations. Carry for your team members as well. Let's take a picture moment. Look in the camera. Let's have a good picture for our memories and for our documentation. Big congratulations. Our fourth winner. Where are you? Our fourth winner. Concrete on canvas. Concrete on canvas, our fourth winner. Please walk to the, and these are the amazing students. Honest truth, they blew me off. If you remember their presentation, they truly took time to design this. So well done. Please, the future is bright. You have been seen by the world. You will not be forgotten. And this is just one stone into the future. Well done to the amazing young people. Well done. Your designs were incredible. 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 Design, concrete and canvas. Big congratulations. Please do not shelve your work. It was exceptional. And like they said, international standards. So we really, really recognize you and honor you. Take a picture. I want to advise that the board member stands in the middle so the picture looks more balanced. Yeah, thank you very much. This is very good. Please don't stop. Hey, we have the top three, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. David Emitu. Can I see where Team Grace is? Where are you? Team Grace, where are you? You don't know what, you're quiet. Tension. Can I see Eyitaaka? Where are you? Yeah. Flame, where are you? Yeah. Who's winning? Can I hear some names in the room? Who's winning? I can't hear you. Hey. Now, DJ, give me some suspense music. Something. Some coldness. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite Mrs. Manzinira. This is the opportunity to come and reward our second runners-up and first runners-up. Tension. I'm also scared. I don't know why. I'm scared on your behalf. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our second runners-up. Are we ready for this one? Our second runners-up, Team Flame. Team Flame, come and take a wheel. Thank you for winning the $2,000, 7.5 million Uganda shillings. Please enjoy the moment, Team Flame. Thank you for participating in With Love Uganda moments. Please enjoy this one. You also have a certification, just to make sure that we remember you. Now I see Eyitaaka and Team Grace thinking, who's winning? The pressure, the tension, and that's okay. Congratulations, Team Flame. Congratulations, Team Flame. Please get your certifications for your offices, for yourselves, and for remembrance. Big congratulations. And Mrs. Manzinila will give that out to make sure that big congratulations. Big congratulations. Please let them take a picture with their certifications. Thank you very much. Mrs. Nila there. Thank you. Well done and congratulations. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's first listen a bit. Yeah? Let's do this. Yeah? Imagine you walk into the hospital and it is your design. Imagine this hospital is going to serve billions of people. We are no longer going to fly to India, but it is you who designed it. Jesus Christ. Imagine that. And of course, if I read the first runners up, the winners will know, isn't it? How do we do this one? Winner first. Winner first. No. Okay, let's do this. Because if I do second runners up, the winner will know who they are already. If I do winner, the second runners up knows. Who takes the moment? So we're going to do the winner first to take the big moment. Are we ready? Everyone has to take their moment. Gosh, I'm also nervous. I'm also very nervous. DJ, give me something to warm me up. Let's go. Hey, hey. Okay. Our winner. The tension is too much. What do we do? Ladies and gentlemen, our first runners up. Let's just take it slow. Our first runners up. Please welcome with me and celebrate them. Team Grace! Team Grace takes our $3,000. Well done. Congratulations, Team Grace, for showing up and showing good, for standing out, for participating, for making it exceptional. And I think we know who the... Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Team Grace. Big congratulations. Big congratulations, Team Grace. We will never forget you. These are your certifications. Mrs. Nila will give them to the winners. Please remember to put them in your spaces so that they are memorable. Thank you very much. Take that picture moment. We'll never forget you. Good music, DJ. Congratulations. Thank you, Mrs. Nila, for this. I know you've not had one name, and that's okay. So I'm going to invite the vision bearer. You will come and dance with me here today. I need a good vibe song. Alex, come and we do this. I like good vibes. Yeah, please stand here. A good song. Who got to some strokes? Yeah? big applause. Our winner, Team Eyitaaka! Ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Big congratulations, Team Eyitaaka, for keeping it simple, natural, realistic, smart, and engaging. Team Eyitaaka, $10,000, 37 million cash. Let's get a big round of applause. Stand up. Team Eyitaaka would like to have their presentation on the team, just to remind the guys what they had or what they presented to us. This is really exciting. Let's get the board members. Board members, come here. Let's have this picture moment. The certificates can be done later. Kindly put the certificates back. Let's have the board members have the picture moment, joined by the project lead. Please join them for the picture moment. This is memorable because we shall walk into the premises and it is Team Eyitaaka's design. Ladies and gentlemen, the picture team kindly organize as well so we can have a good picture moment that is memorable. We don't want to forget this moment because it's exciting. We will walk into the hospital and it is Team Eyitaaka design. And I hope that we'll be proud that this is the design we have chosen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the committee, let's have the project committee members join in kindly. The committee project members join in. Let's have this picture moment so that we can celebrate this holistically. We celebrate you. The EXCO team at With Love Uganda, the EXCO team, kindly join in. We would like to remember this. We would like to put this into consideration as we put that one big picture in the hospital once we break ground. Ladies and gentlemen, our winners, Team Eyitaaka, $10,000 cash. Please make sure that you stay with us in this journey. And if you are not a member yet, this is the time when you join and become a member for With Love Uganda, because it is the beginning of excellency. Let's hurry, the smiles are fading. Big congratulations to Team Eyitaaka. Big congratulations for shining and for standing out of the crowd. Out of 249 teams, you became number one. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Eyitaaka. All right, Team Eyitaaka, I would like to get a comment from you. Guys, let's hear just one word. Just one word from Team Eyitaaka. Team leader, Team Eyitaaka. Team Eyitaaka, who's a team leader? Can they have a word with us? Please come and give me a moment. Guys, let's listen to this team. What inspired that design?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I definitely want to stand right, next to my team because it's been a combined effort. And what inspired the project really comes down to the ethos we have as the Eyitaaka Earthworks, thinking about how do we think about local approaches, local materials to achieve sophisticated design, something that is of the place, and we try to keep it simple, and yet there's a lot of complexities in there, but it's everything achievable. And With Love Uganda really gave us an opportunity to be able to achieve not only our dreams and everything we believe that we've been able to present in this project, but even more, because it's been a very amazing process for us, and sleepless nights, of course, right here doesn't show. There were very many nights in between those months where we barely slept properly and were thinking, and now it means everything, and we're grateful. Thank you.
And we have your last one picture, the three of you. And the rest of us, thank you so much for spending time with us this afternoon. But I would like to tell you that this is the beginning of this team, because to bring it to life, they must be available. They must be there to see what the future will hold for their project. To the rest of us, please clap for yourselves for being here from morning till now. We say thank you for sparing your time. We say thank you for being here to support or to see where your investment is going. And thank you for paying them, because what your money did is what it has paid them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I remain Coach Adele, and I sign out. God bless you.